this meeting to order with a gavel and all. Welcome to meeting 109 of the House of Commons Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates. Pursuant to Standing Order 1083C, to the motion adopted by the committee on Monday, October 17, 2022, the committee is meeting to consider matters related to the ArriveCAN application. As always, a reminder not to have your headphones next to the microphones as it causes feedback and potential injury to our very valued interpreters. Just quickly before we start, like yesterday, Mr. Anthony's lawyer, Mr. Brent Timmins, will be present with his client, but he is not a witness and thus he may not address the committee. The council may be on Zoom call with the witness and they may speak directly to their clients, but not to the committee or committee members. I would note for committee members that they should only question the witness and not speak to or ask questions of the lawyer who is not appearing as a witness. Mr. Anthony, if you do require time to speak to your lawyer, keep your camera on, but just mute yourself, and you can just indicate that you will be conferring with him. That's fine. My intent, like yesterday, we will do a 10-minute suspension after the first two rounds, 1 hour about, and then after that, after the second hour, we will do 5-minute suspension. And also my intent as of yesterday is to have our clerk swear in the witness if committee is fine with that, and we'll have our clerk go ahead with that.
Great, Mr. Anthony, email this morning, you have the choice between either a oath or solemn affirmation. Please let me know which one you would like to proceed with.
An oath, please.
Great. I'll read the text to you, sir, and you may respond. Do you swear that the evidence you shall give on this examination shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, Mr. Barrett? Is there something or?
Yes, sir. Before we proceed, yesterday at the end of the meeting, it was clear that there was an undertaking by the witness to provide documents before 9 a.m. this morning. Mr. Firth had committed to provide us names of who he negotiated with CBSA to write his own contract and the names of government officials who provided the glowing endorsements on his website that he had first undertaken to provide the committee 16 months ago. I'm wondering if you can update the committee on what's been received and when that'll be circulated.
Yes, I've received maybe about 1/3, 25% of the promised information. The clerk has received it. It is going to translation. So hopefully perhaps tomorrow or the day after. The balance of the information promised by 9 a.m. has not. We have a promise from Mr. Firth that the balance will be sent at another email or separate email, but we haven't released or received it yet. When we do, it will be translated and forwarded to the committee. And actually, on that point, I want to bring up just something I promised to get back to the committee yesterday. It was regarding questions put toward the previous witness that were not answered. I want to read just kind of a note directly from our law clerk. Quote, I understand one of the reasons given by the witness for not providing certain answers was that the matter was potentially related to an RCMP investigation. It is up to the committee to decide whether a question should be put to the witness and whether the potential for an actual police investigation is sufficient reason for not answering the question. It's ultimately up to the committee to decide. As mentioned, the House of Commons procedure and practice, a committee can report to the House a situation where a witness refuses to answer its question. So basically, it is up to the committee to decide whether that is a relevant reason not to answer and not for anyone else.
So just Chair, on that, if I may, so information that was asked to the witness yesterday, for example, the testimonials, who provided those testimonials, are you able to tell us if that information has been furnished, even if you can't circulate it?
No, I can't provide this specific information because it hasn't been translated yet.
So you're not able to tell us who was at the table?
Let me double check with the clerk, but I don't think
GC Strategies negotiated their own contract? You can't.
information.
Yeah,
that
I can't
provide
release
all members.
specifics, just that probably about 75% of it has not been received yet.
Understood.
Okay. We are going to go ahead. If you're finished, Mr. Barrett. Mr. Anthony, I will give you the floor for about 5 minutes for your opening statement, please, sir. Go ahead.
This is my second time before the committee, and as you are aware, I've been compelled to testify here today. However, I have always been willing to answer questions from the committee. I understand I have been called to appear to answer questions pertaining to the ArriveCAN study. I will answer all questions for which I have the knowledge to answer as best I can. Please understand that my inability to respond should not be misinterpreted as me not answering the question. I was simply not involved in our federal government contracting processes with Canada Border Services, Canadian Digital Services, Public Health Agency, or Public Health Canada. I have no contacts or relationships within those departments. I have no contact with any clients involved with those departments or contracts other than security for resources. This has been a difficult time for me and my company. My family has also had our personal privacy invaded with images and the address of our home published across the media. We have been suspended from all government contracts, and our subcontractors are not able to work under these existing contracts. My private sector work has dwindled to nothing. This will have an irreparable impact on me and my family's futures. A career I spent 20 years building has been ruined. Aside from the obvious reasons of not wanting to be isolated from one another during our testimony, it's also true that we requested to be in testimony together, as Mr. Firth handled all projects related to COVID and pandemic response, so I have very little to offer as insight into this committee's current work. I was not involved in any of the contracting processes for these projects. My involvement is limited to acting as Chief Security Officer. As CSO, I was responsible for working with resources to obtain required documentation to file their security clearances. This includes getting their fingerprinting and document control numbers completed, setting up each of the resources portals in the OLIS system, and helping them through the process to have their background history checked on. Once submitted, I would verify the information and submit it. For each successful security clearance, I would receive a briefing form, which I would pass along to the resource and notify Mr. Firth, confirming their eligibility for work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We'll start with Mr. Barrett, please, for 6 minutes. Go ahead, Mr. Barrett.
Sir, I see that you're in the same lawyer's boardroom as your partner was yesterday. You're with the same legal counsel, is that correct?
Correct.
Are you able to ask your lawyer at what time Mr. Firth will fulfill his promise to this committee to have tabled 100% of the information that we requested by 9 a.m., a time that he agreed to? Can you tell us, maybe confer with your lawyer and get us that answer?
I'm not going to discuss my discussions with my lawyer.
At what time will the information that has been requested by a partner of your company be furnished to this committee?
I'm not aware. I don't know.
You don't know. Well, some of that information was requested 16 months ago, and there was an undertaking made then. And yesterday, I told your partner I didn't believe him, that he would provide it this morning, and he said that that was, of course he'd provide it. That wasn't the case, but he proved me right. Your partner yesterday also said that everybody was lying, except for him and you. Said that the Auditor General was lying, the Procurement Ombudsman, the Globe and Mail, the National Post, even the CBC, Global News, all of us. So he offered no proof to that effect. And while we did offer proof that he lied to this committee, like I just did, when in terms of proof by your partner not having furnished this committee with the evidence that he undertook to by 9 a.m., do you agree with Mr. Firth that the Auditor General's report is incorrect?
I would refer to his testimony in regards to the numbers that we were able to supply to the Auditor General.
So was the Auditor General's report correct or incorrect in your assessment?
Incorrect.
So the Auditor General of Canada is wrong, and you are right. That's your contention today.
Yes.
If you had the opportunity to see the testimony of your partner yesterday, you'd see why I find that incredibly hard to believe. Because, frankly, it hasn't been credible, your company's testimony to our committee. Last week, government officials announced that files concerning your company, GC Strategies' role and involvement in Justin Trudeau's $60 million Arrive scam have been sent to the RCMP. Now, you've said that your role is a security expert for the company. Which information do you think was sent to the RCMP? Would it be information about forged resumes by your company, involvement in bait and switch procurement, as outlined by the procurement ombudsman, or bid rigging? What's the information that you believe has been forwarded to the RCMP?
I have no idea.
Your partner, Mr. Firth, refused to say who provided testimonials on your website 16 months ago and has failed to provide them this morning. Is your testimony this morning that you are also unaware who provided the testimonials on your website?
Yes, I am unaware of who provided the testimonies.
So you don't know who the Chief Information Officer was of Canada who there's only 6 quotes on your website, and you're saying that you don't know who the Chief Data Officer for the public sector was who provided that?
Yes, that's correct.
You're saying you don't know who the Chief Data Officer for Canada was who provided an endorsement of your company on your website?
Yes, that's correct.
You're saying that the Vice President of a major Crown corporation, who that individual is a mystery to you?
That's correct.
And the senior executive from the Government of Canada, you don't know who that was?
That's correct.
So though your partner appeared at this committee 16 months ago and was asked that very same question, it didn't raise any curiosity in you, and it never came up in conversation. Will you say today that you never discussed that committee appearance and the questions that were asked with your partner? Is that your testimony today under oath?
Can you clarify the question on what? You actually clarify the question for me.
The question is, when your partner came here 16 months ago and was asked that question and said he was going to come back and provide the information to the committee and appeared before a parliamentary committee, I would say it didn't go very well. Is your testimony today that you and he didn't discuss the information that he said he was going to provide back to the committee?
We discuss files and contracts generally, but not specifics.
Are the endorsements on your website fake, like the resumes that were provided in order to win government contracts?
I have no idea.
It seems, sir, that this is just part of the scam that's being perpetrated by your company on the Government of Canada and Canadian taxpayers. We'll have more questions for you.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. Mr. Sousa, please go ahead for 6 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Anthony, have you been approached by any members of this committee before all of this, or any other committee within any elected officials? Has everybody approached you or Christian Firth separately outside of committee?
No, they have not.
And in your discussions, in deliberations since this investigation has been ongoing, have you had discussions with the Auditor General?
No, I have not.
Have you had discussions with the Ombudsman?
No, I have not.
Have you had any discussions with the ministers or members of cabinet on this matter?
Not at all.
In your deliberations and in your processes over the years, you've been how long have you been part of GC Strategies?
I've been there since 2015 when we started the company.
Were you a partner in previous companies and operations with this procurement process?
I worked for previous companies, but I was not partners in those companies.
Who did you work for prior to GC Strategies?
I worked for Veritac and a company called I4C Consulting.
So you worked with Christian Firth at Veritac.
That's where I met him, yes. Yeah.
And then you both together became partners and purchased Court.
Team.
So you have an equity stake in GC Strategies?
Absolutely.
So you're a principal, just you and Christian Firth is GC Strategies.
That's correct.
And yet you have not been involved in sourcing contracts. It's all been Christian Firth, or have you been engaged in sourcing opportunities?
I'm engaged in sourcing opportunities. I work in the private sector and different federal government accounts. We don't work in the same accounts.
So you have separate accounts than Christian Firth?
Yes.
Are you saying that when the contracts were established for ArriveCan and so forth, you weren't part of those discussions?
I was not part of those discussions.
But you are the chief security officer, so it is part of your responsibility to vet the subcontractors, as I understand. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's correct. So any resource that worked under those contracts, I would have processed their security clearances.
So in order for them to be eligible to work on these contracts, they had to go through you?
Correct.
So did you have contact with individuals in government in regards to these contracts?
No.
In terms of your security clearance?
No, I just had contacts with the resources.
So who are the resources in government that you would have had contact with?
Oh, I didn't have contacts within the government for their resources. When I say resources, I mean our contractors.
So you have a contract. Christian Firth has sourced a contract in government, and a substantive one at that. And your involvement was, hey, we just make sure that subcontractors are eligible. Is that what you're saying?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
And you had no engagement with civil service at all?
Not with those contracts, no.
Well, but you do have contacts and relationships with other civil servants in other contracts?
Yes, I have contracts that are not related to this study. This.
Do you have ongoing contracts right now?
No, we have no contracts whatsoever.
And what was the last contract you had with the government of Canada that you can recall?
Well, they were all suspended on, I believe it was February the 14th. That was the last contract we had. We let everybody that we had, that we let them know that they were no longer able to work under those contracts.
And how many people were employed or contracted through this process that you worked with? How many contractors, subcontractors did you deal with?
Since 2015, around over 200.
So you had 200 individuals that were contracted on your behalf to do work for the government of Canada through the procurement process?
No, some of those 200 people were in the private sector.
Well, they're all subcontractors. So they're all private sector, right? So you are the contractor. So you've done a deal, and now you've sourced that opportunity out to a number of other skill sets to do the work. And you had about 200 of them involved at any given time?
Yes.
There's a dispute in terms of the amount. the previous question just came to you about the $19 million that was put forward by the Auditor General as being sourced by GC Strategies. And Christian Firth has said it's only 11.1, 11.2 million. Can you verify that?
They were his contracts, so he would be reporting on those.
Thanks, Mr. Sousa. Right at 6 minutes. Mrs. Vignola, please go ahead.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Anthony, thank you for being here with us today. It's definitely not easy. We, of course, have many questions, and I'm seeking clarifications to understand how the process works in general. And the objective is to improve the process so that we don't find ourselves in situations like this one.
Thank you. Mr. Anthony, your hand is up online. Is everything okay?
Yeah, I just missed the first little bit. My translation wasn't working.
Are you okay if we just...
I missed the first.
Are you okay if we just restart? Thanks. We'll restart the clock. Thanks, Mrs. Vignola.
Donc, Monsieur...
Mr. Anthony, I thank you for being here with us today. It's not easy to come and answer all these questions. I am trying to better understand the process so that we can improve it and make sure that the taxes of Canadians are well used and spent. You told us a bit about your role within GC Strategies. You are responsible for security, and you have no ties with the contracts. With the members of government. You have no ties with members of government and public servants, and you receive 50% of the income. Did I understand you well?
I have no relationships with as per my testimony, with the departments that I mentioned, but I do have.
C'est ce que je disais également, que vous n'aviez pas de relation.
That is also what I was saying, that you don't have any relationships, but do you receive 50% of the revenue?
Yes, at GC Strategies, we share in profits.
D'accord, merci.
Thank you. It must be disturbing to be here in the committee with us because, well, stop me if I'm mistaken, you are realizing a dream to move from an income earner to that of one who owns a company. And that's commendable because when you own a company, you can receive huge sums of money, and that is nice. Do you own any other companies than GC Strategies? Maybe other companies with numbers?
Yes, I do have a numbered company.
Est-ce que ces compagnies numéros-là font également affaire avec le gouvernement?
Do these numbered companies also do business with the government of Canada, or do they deal with other entities completely?
Other entities completely.
OK. Je vais vous poser la même question que j'ai posée à Monsieur.
I'll put the same question I put to Mr. Firth yesterday. We learned that an accounting firm has interest in tax havens. Do your company also have any interest in tax havens?
No.
Excellent.
No. Excellent. Thank you. I would like to come back to the purchase of Corridor. I believe that's the starting point for the achievement of your big dream, the dream you had to own your own company. At the time, together with Mr. Firth and Mr. White, at the time you bought Corridor, how many employees were working at that company?
They had no employees at that company.
Et avant de la racheter, est-ce que
And before you bought over the company, did you have any interest in that company? Had you worked with the company before?
I worked with the company. The owner of the company was actually a consultant of mine when I was at I4C Consulting.
OK. Pourquoi est-ce que vous
Why did you buy Corridor?
quel était l'avantage?
What was the advantage for you to purchase Corridor? They have no patent, no intellectual property, and you're saying that they had no employees. Was the advantage that Corridor had security clearance, and by purchasing Corridor and by setting up GC strategies, the security clearance will be transferred over?
Yes. And we would get to the corporate history of the company as well.
OK. Donc, en achetant Corridor,
By buying Corridor and setting up GC strategies, you were aware that there will be interesting opportunities with the government of Canada. Now, talking about information technology, considering that there had been significant cutbacks for public servants working in this domain in previous years, when were you aware that there was going to be a window of opportunity in information technology? Could you tell us when you realized that it was going to be quite profitable to buy Corridor and then set up your own company?
I guess I could say I realized it when I got into the business in 2005.
merci.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Please, for 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Anthony, I'm joining this study partway through, and so there's some testimony I haven't been privy to. However, the picture that seems to be coming to light is one of a small company with two principals that is getting lucrative government contracts, is out there finding private sector contractors and assembling them to work on this IT project for the government. Your partner indicated it was around an $11 million contract for which your firm received a $2.5 million commission. And all of that, could seem above board, except some of those things are not as they seem. So for instance, in some cases, your company isn't actually doing the recruiting. In some cases, CBSA was doing the recruiting, finding the resources, and then telling them to work through you. And more alarming is the fact that in quite a few cases, we have essentially your company is writing the requirements of the contract and then somehow getting the contract, also exaggerating the resumes of the resources that are going to work on the contract, at least in one case, without the knowledge of those resources. And so this is a picture that is very concerning to the public, obviously. Can you see why the picture that has been painted as a result of these hearings is of concern to the Canadian public?
I can only talk about my contracts.
So I assume you're a director of GC Strategies. Is that a fair characterization?
Well, I would be the vice president.
Vice president, okay. And you have shares in the company. What is your capacity as an owner of the company?
We are 50-50 owners.
Okay. And what is your fiduciary responsibility as an owner of the company? Is it only for your contracts or is it for the entire corporate entity?
I don't know the answer to that.
You're a half owner of a company that does millions of dollars in government contracts, and you don't know what your fiduciary responsibility is to the corporate entity?
No, I have no knowledge of that.
Well, I find that somewhat astounding. Have you read the Auditor General's report?
I have not read it, no.
The Auditor General of Canada has audited contracts that the company you're a 50% owner of has undertaken, and you haven't read the report. Have you read the Office of the Procurement Ombudsman report?
No, I have not.
So, as a director of this company and a 50% shareholder, your company has been brought into the public limelight for potential serious misconduct. Your contracts with the government have been suspended, all of the contracts. And this is because of reports that have been written by some of the main watchdogs who work on behalf of the Canadian public. And they've raised major red flags about your corporate practices of a company that you're one of the two principals, and you haven't even read the reports.
That's correct.
How can you dispute the findings of the reports if you haven't read them?
I agree with the numbers that Christian sent for our, as he gave in testimony yesterday.
So you're telling me that the statements that you've made about the Auditor's General reports are not based on reading the report. It's based on what Christian told you?
It's based on testimony given at these committees.
I just find this astounding that someone who works at your level and is the 50% owner of a company that has been scrutinized and brought into disrepute by the Auditor General and the Office of the Procurement Ombudsman, and now is being looked into by the RCMP, and soon the Public Sector Integrity Commissioner is going to be looking through your business dealings, and you haven't read any of these reports. Like, this is, I would, if I was an investor in this company, I would be very, very concerned. If I was a contractor for this company, I would be very concerned. And if I was the government contracting your company, I would be incredibly concerned that you're not even following the bouncing ball when it comes to these major allegations against your company's business practices. Can you see why that would be a concern?
Sure.
Mr. Anthony, did you ever attend any of the hospitality events for government officials that Mr. Firth referenced in the last meeting?
No, I have not.
And have you ever delivered gifts to government officials?
No, I have not.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to hand the floor back to you, and I'll begin my line of questioning again next round. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Bachrach. Mr. Brock, go ahead, please, for 5.
Thank you, Chair. Like my NDP colleague, sir, I'm completely astonished of your complete lack of preparation for this committee hearing. You start off in your opening statement talking about how you and Mr. Firth have been wrongly portrayed in media, newsprint, committee hearings, MP, word on the street. You talk about the financial stresses, the emotional stresses, and you don't have any concrete answer to clearly relevant questions. You very proudly stated that you stand behind the words of your partner, Mr. Firth, that the Auditor General's report was completely inaccurate. How on earth could you have prepared any less for this hearing by not taking 20 minutes to read the actual report? I find it absolutely astonishing, sir, and quite frankly, it reflects very poorly on your credibility. So I want to ask you some questions for clarification. Are you in a partnership with Firth, or are you a director in a company registered either through the Canada Corporations Act or the Ontario Corporations Act? What is it?
We are partners.
Do you have a partnership agreement? Yes or no?
Just can I confirm with my lawyer for 1 second, please?
Yep, go ahead, just mute yourself.
Sorry. We are a corporation, and I am a shareholder for that corporation.
So you're not
And I'm
in you're not in a partnership. You may refer to yourself as partners, but you don't have a legal partnership agreement, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So you are a director, and you didn't understand that directors have joint and several liability, meaning that you're both responsible for consequences of the acts of directors. You're aware of that now, sir?
I don't believe that to be true.
Okay. Well, you can check with your lawyer on that. Mr. Firth has put it out there in real evidence that he has committed, not on one occasion, but on multiple occasions, acts of forgery that would be defined as a criminal act under the Criminal Code of Canada. He claims it was a mistake. And as a former prosecutor, pretty much every single accused that I dealt with in the last 20 plus years always claimed they made mistakes. You understand, sir, ignorance of the law is no excuse. You understand that?
Sure.
So if Mr. Firth was willing to do that, but I'm talking about the Bottler complaint, on at least 4 or 5 occasions, without consulting, without getting approval, without getting clearance from Bottler to change the actual resume to ensure they received a contract, it really begs the question, how many times has your 50-50 partner, director, Mr. Firth, done that on other contracts? Do you have an answer to that?
I don't have any knowledge of that.
No, because what he does is up to him and what you do is up to you, correct? Is that your understanding?
Yes.
I see. Now, who was responsible for your web design on your website that probably fraudulently identifies several key government employees boasting about the value of your company? Who was responsible for creating this web design?
I'm not sure. I believe that we did hire out someone to build our website for us in 2015.
Okay. Who was the company?
I don't have that information in front of me right now.
You'll supply the information to us?
Yeah, I can check my records.
Okay. And in addition to Mr. Barrett's questions to you, you will also provide to me I'm going to give you 7 days to do this, sir, the names of all the government employees that are referenced in your website boasting about your particular company. You'll do that because you didn't have the answer as to who they were, but in 7 days you'll provide me with that information, won't you?
I can try and find that information for you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. Mr. Baines, please, for 5. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yesterday, Mr. Firth mentioned that he began working on government contracts within another company in 2007. You indicated you met him working within another company, but you said up until 2010. When did you begin?
I started at Veritech in 2005.
So Mr. Firth joined Veritech in what year?
2007.
So you were there prior to him?
Yes.
And over this time, you you ultimately developed relationships with public officials who also have been working there for quite some time, and at any time did you meet with Mr. McDonald?
No, I did not.
Okay. You talked about your only role in previous questions today was to verify subcontractors that were working. What's that process? What did you do to verify those subcontractors?
Well, for the security process, once we identify a resource need, we'll make sure they're eligible to get a government security clearance. They have to get their fingerprints taken. They need a document security number. It's a 25-digit code that's done from any of your commissionaires, any fingerprinting with the RCMP. Once they have that and that number is verified, they send it to me. They give me their personal information. I entered it into the OLAS portal. Then it's resent to the resource. The resource completes their family history. It gets sent back to me. I review then make sure everything's processed and submit it.
So you simply did your work through a portal. You didn't exchange any of this information with any public officials. You indicated you were removed from having dealings with specific people. You're strictly operating in your role.
In that capacity, I'm only dealing with the OLAS portal. I have no contact with any officials.
Okay, so in your role to verify and do these security processes at any time, do you verify the people working, what their qualifications are? Because we've heard from Mr. Firth himself personally stating that he inflated information on resumes because he had a strong understanding over the years of what was required what requirements were needed to be met in order to gain certain contracts. It was almost like a skill developed over time to obtain government contracts. He knew how to do that and would know what, say, keywords, etc., needed to be placed into resumes. He indicated in prior testimony that that's something he did do. He admitted to it. So are you aware of that? Or was it your job to verify these things on things of that nature, or people's skills, whether they were real or not, during these security processes?
That is not a part of the security process. The security process is basically an individual's personal history and family history. Is it the
individual's personal history to know what skill set they have and what role they would be doing within government?
Not within the PSPC government security clearance process.
It's simply more of a public safety or criminal record checks, these sort of things?
It's a criminal record check, and I believe you'd have to ask the RCMP on what their process is, but I believe it's a full family history check as well.
No, but that's your process. I'm talking about your process. So
yeah, my process.
Yeah, so you're simply submitting these people's information to other public safety agencies to ensure that they are good citizens. They're not. They don't have any criminal records, and that's it.
That's it.
So you're not verifying who these subcontractors are with respect to what skill set they have, and they're going to go work on government contracts where important information, sensitive information is shared?
No, I don't verify that myself.
Okay, so
Just a
what was
quick
your
question,
role?
Mr. Baines.
How much time? Sorry.
If you have a quick question, please go ahead.
That's all. I'll save it for the next time. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Baines. Mrs. Vignola for 2.5, please.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr. Anthony, I'll continue. In 2005, you started working for Veritag. Later on, still at Veritag, you met Mr. Firth, Mr. White, Mr. Caleb White. Did you also meet him at Veritag?
Yes.
Et Monsieur,
And Mr. Colin Wood as well?
Yes.
OK, Monsieur Colin Wood,
Mr. Colin Wood set up Coradix, and for whom David Yao had been director. Very well. Is Caleb White still a partner at GC Strategies?
No, Caleb is not a partner at GC Strategies.
qu'est-ce qui a fait en sorte qu'il a quitté GC?
Why did he leave GC Strategies?
That's a question you'd have to ask him.
Oh, OK, fait qu'il est parti sans vous en...
So he left without telling you why? He just left and saying, it's okay, I'm going to leave aside millions of dollars of contracts behind because according to the Business Journal of Ottawa, you are listed as one of the 4 most important companies with a growth rate of more than 600% in 4 years. So you think Mr. White just left without telling you why?
No, Caleb was fully upfront with us and let us know why he was leaving. He wanted to go and pursue other options.
Oh, OK.
Very well. So he wanted to check out other options. Mr. West Travis, was he involved with GC Strategies before?
He was an employee.
OK. Et Monsieur Jarvis,
And Mr. Jarvis was also in BDO when BDO absorbed Lesage, if I understand.
Can you repeat the question, please?
le même Monsieur Jarvis,
The same Mr. Jarvis, who had been a manager at Lexor, the company Lexor, and BDO, which subsequently purchased Lexor, the same company.
What is the question?
la question est,
The question is, Mr. Jarvis was an employee at GC Strategies, is the same Mr. Jarvis who had worked at Lexor. Lexor was purchased by BDO, and Mr. Jarvis now works with BDO. Am I correct?
Yes, West Jarvis did work as an employee for GC Strategies.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bachrach, please go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Anthony, did you sign the $13.9 million contract with CBSA?
No, I did not.
So you signed contracts for your projects and Mr. Firth signs contracts for his projects? Is that roughly how it works?
That's correct.
As Chief Security Officer, are you responsible for the security clearance for not only the resources that you compile, but also GC Strategies itself?
Yes.
And at the time that the $13.9 million contract with CBSA was signed by Mr. Firth, were you aware that there was a document safeguarding capability requirement associated with that contract?
No, I was not.
How do you, as Chief Security Officer, how do you review the security requirements of contracts that Mr. Firth negotiates with the government? Or do you?
I do once we get a contract awarded, we see what is required if we need to add any additional security.
And did you review the $13.9 million contract for security requirements after Mr. Firth signed it?
After it was awarded, that document security clearance was not required.
I don't believe that was the case. I think that the requirement was removed something like 14 months after the document was signed. I assume that work was already taking place on the contract at that point. Is that not correct?
I believe work was ongoing on that project, but I don't think it required document safeguarding.
But the contract itself, this is what the Auditor General and the Procurement Ombud have both found, that the contract itself, in order to sign the contract, GC Strategies needed to have this specific security clearance. You are the Chief Security Officer, but you were not aware of that requirement prior to Mr. Firth signing the contract, and you did not review the contract for security requirements prior to him signing it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What part of Chief Security Officer involves the security part? I'm having trouble struggling with this question of how you actually exercise that role with regard to the contracts that your company signs. And I'm also unclear why you and Mr. Firth don't have separate companies, because it seems like you're not actually working on the same projects, and nor are you actually exercising your role as security officer when it comes to the work that Mr. Firth is bringing into the company. Help me understand how this all works.
If you're able to offer up a short answer, Mr. Anthony.
The document safeguarding was not required for that contract.
Thanks very much. Mr. Berthaud, please go ahead, sir. Welcome to OGO, or welcome back to OGO.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. Just to be sure that I understood you well, a while ago you said you had not read the auditor. Mr. Chair, Mr. Berthaud's sound is very poor. The interpretation will improve.
Comme ça?
Oui. Go ahead.
Donc, Monsieur Anthony, vous dites que vous...
Mr. Anthony, you said you had not read the AG's report, a report that was devastating for GC Strategies. And because of that report, GC Strategies no longer has a contract with the government of Canada. And you want us to believe that?
Yes.
Monsieur Anthony, c'était...
Mr. Anthony, that's very surprising. As the person in charge of security, did you take part in falsifying the CVs of subcontractors of GC Strategies to make sure that GC Strategies obtain contracts from the federal government?
Can you clarify the question?
Did you participate in falsifying or forging the CVs of subcontractors to help GC Strategies obtain contracts from the federal government? Yes or no?
No.
Reconnaissez-vous que votre...
Do you admit that your associate did so?
No.
Alors, comment se fait...
So how come the CVs of subcontractors of GC Strategies are not a true reflection of the CVs of subcontractors? And that's why we're undermining your security. It's undermining your security. The questions were put to you about the cottage on documents, meetings with public servants.
I have no knowledge of that.
Est-ce que vous estimez...
Do you feel that your associate or partner told us the entire truth? Were you present with him in the room where you are right now?
Can you ask the question again, please?
Est-ce que...
Do you feel that your partner told us the whole truth yesterday? Yes or no?
Yes.
Est-ce que vous étiez...
Were you present with him in the room where you are right now when he was giving his testimony?
No, I was not.
Est-ce que vous avez regardé le...
Did you watch your partner's testimony?
I watched pieces of his testimony.
Alors, comment pouvez-vous affirmer
How can you say with all certainty that he did not lie? Once again, it's very difficult. Your partner called everyone a liar, and now I find your testimony so far very unbelievable. Did you receive contracts from the government since 2015? What was the amount of the contracts you received since 2015 from the federal government?
How many contracts have we received since 2015? Is that the
how
question?
much money did you receive personally? Combien d'argent avez-vous reçu personnellement?
How much money have you personally received from the federal government?
I don't have those figures with me right now.
Est-ce que vous vous engagez à les fournir au comité?
Can you commit to send us to send the information to the committee, Mr. Anthony?
Sure.
Est-ce que vous pouvez nous dire en même temps
Could you also tell us how much money you personally withdrew from the contract, the ArriveCan contract?
I can look. I don't have those numbers in front of me.
Est-ce que vous vous engagez à fournir
Can you also provide the committee with those amounts as well?
vous savez,
Because, Mr. Anthony, you know the committee can demand that you produce them. We could oblige you to provide all that information. Will you willingly commit to send that information to the committee?
Can someone check my translation? I'm getting some serious echo here. I can't. It's overlap. I'm hearing from the minister and then my translator. I can't quite pick it out.
Okay, well, we are out of time for Mr. Berthold. Maybe what we'll do, actually, we have Mr. Jouari next.
Mr. Point of order, Mr.
Yeah,
Speaker.
Yes?
Il semble qu'il y a eu beaucoup de
It would appear that there were lots of problems with interpretation. The witness had difficulty answering my questions in French, so I think that it's better for me to have additional time to ask my questions.
At the 5-minute mark, though. So
I know, but there was a lot of problem for the translation, and it's unfair for Francophone.
No, I accounted for
Yeah,
that. I reset your clock to the very beginning. You were 26 seconds in when we had to interrupt. I set it back to 0. So you did have your full 5 minutes, I'm afraid. We're going to get to Mr. Jouari, then we will have our 10-minute suspension, and I will get the clerk and the IT folks to discuss with Mr. Anthony any other translation issues. But we will get it fixed. Mr. Jouari, please go ahead, sir. Yeah, I think that's
There's an issue that's on his end.
Sorry? You're on mute, sir. Wow. We're having trouble now with Mr. Jouari, so why don't we do our 10-minute suspension right now, and we'll get the audio and everything fixed, and we'll start back with Mr. Jouari in 10 minutes or so. Thanks very much. We are suspended. patience. I'm glad we have you back speaking. Go ahead for 5 minutes, please, Mr. Shawari.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Anthony, as the Chief Security Officer of a Canadian corporation, which you hold 50% share, you told us that you also share into the profit of the corporation. Am I right to understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Fritz yesterday indicated to us that the net revenue from the $11.2 million that was granted to GC Strategy, this GC Strategy has earned $2.5 million. Do you share based on that $1.25 million of that $2.5 million, sir?
Yes, we share in the profits of GC Strategies.
So I assume indirectly you're saying that you have benefited from $1.25 million net on that. So can you explain to me how you share the profit? However, when it comes to the risk associated with that or with any type of inclusion, you are very comfortable saying, as a Chief Security Officer, I do the check on the resources, which I understand based on Mr. Fritz. Yesterday, the testimony was over 30 consultant as it relates to ArriveCan, that you must have processed their security background, yet you do not know anything about the project. You do not know anything about document tracking. And the only thing that you've made a comment is that the documents safeguarding was not a request. Can you explain to me how you're comfortable taking 1.25 million, but you're also very comfortable washing your hands off from anything that has to do with ArriveCan?
I can only speak about my contracts.
Okay, so I take it that you are comfortable with taking 1.25, but you're not comfortable talking about other contracts. Okay, so let's talk about your contracts then. You said you have contracts for private sector, and you also have different contracts. You have public sector contracts for different accounts. Can you give me a breakdown of how many of your total accounts that's under your supervision? How many of them are private? How many of them are government related?
I would say 60-40 private sector.
60% private sector and 40% public. Any of those private contracts that you have been securing work directly or indirectly with the other 40% in the government?
In some occasions, yes.
On some occasion being 80%, being 40%, being 10%, being 1%?
10%.
10%. Okay. So can you tell me what departments, aside from the accounts that Mr. Fritz holding, you are holding within the government of Canada? Which department do you have a relationship with?
We don't hold any contracts with the government of Canada at the moment.
Can you tell me what contracts you held before that as part of that 40%?
Sure, I could get that information to you.
So I'm sure you've been since 2015. Can you give me the top 3 departments that you worked in?
D&D, Agriculture Canada, and Global Affairs.
Okay. Did Mr. Fritz at any time work any one of those accounts?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Do you have documentation safeguarding in those 3 departments as part of the work that you're doing?
No, we've never had document safeguarding in our history.
You've never had document safeguarding in history, regardless of the department that you're working with. And you're saying because PSPC did not request you guys, or you did not understand that that was a requirement. Am I right to understand that?
I don't have any knowledge of PSPC's processes.
You don't have any knowledge of PSPC processes, yet you signed contract 40% of the time with 3 different departments. I found that very hard, sir, that you don't understand the PSPC process. regarding safeguarding of document or anything else while you sign 40% of your contracts. I'll be getting another term and I'll be following on those lines. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Mr. Zouari. Mrs. Block, please go ahead for 5.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Anthony, the Auditor General found that GC Strategies was involved in the development of a contract from the Government of Canada valued at $25 million that your firm received in May of 2022. Now, I know you've tried to build a bit of a firewall between your contracts and Mr. Firth's contracts in saying that they are separate. But it is my understanding in your role as the Chief Security Officer that you provide him with support when it comes to security assessments. Is that correct?
With regards to security assessments?
Yes.
Yes.
So in setting the criteria for the contracts for GCs, that GC Strategies ultimately won, did you provide any advice to Mr. Firth on the security requirements for that contract?
No.
Why not? If that's your role at GC Strategies, why would you not have provided him with any advice on that?
I was not asked.
So you only provide advice when you're asked? It's not a given that in your role as the Chief Security Officer, you would be providing that support?
Yes, I only give knowledge when asked.
As a 50-50 partner, do you receive 50% of the commission that is earned on Mr. Firth's contracts?
At GC Strategies, we share in the profits, yes.
Share in the profits, but not in providing advice when it's actually your job to do so. Okay, I get that. I guess maybe I don't. In your role, you would identify resources, vet them, and then notify Mr. Firth on the eligibility of the subcontractors. Is that correct?
Yes.
Would Mr. Firth ever ask you to change anything?
No.
Would you ever notify him of any discrepancies or any wrongdoing?
Absolutely.
Did you have to in the past?
Never.
Okay. Would he ever ask you to overlook anything?
No.
Okay. I'm not going to refer to the Auditor General's report. That's the one that you and Mr. Firth are disputing, but you have admitted you haven't read yet. And I'm turning to page 18. And in the Auditor General's report, she identifies some issues with security clearance and some task authorizations for GC Strategies. And I'll just quote it for you. The Canada Border Services Agency issued 2 task authorizations for cybersecurity assessments of the application under 2 of the GC Strategies contracts valued at approximately $743,000. The task authorizations required that the resources have a reliability security status. And what the Auditor General found is that security assessments were completed for ArriveCan in a pre-development environment by subcontractors under GC Strategies. However, they found that some resources that were involved in the security assessments were not identified in the task authorizations and did not receive security clearance. In addition, the agency received invoices for resources listed on the task authorizations. However, it was unable to provide any supporting documentation to confirm that work related to the security assessments was performed by 4 of the 5 resources listed. Wouldn't that be part of your job?
All of the resources that we provided under those contracts had security clearance.
So you're once again disputing the Auditor General's report in regards to what she found.
What I can tell you is that all GC Strategies resources that worked on the contract had security clearance.
So Again, the Auditor General found that the agency was unable to provide any supporting documentation to confirm that work related to the security assessments was performed by 4 out of the 5 resources listed. So that's a pretty high percentage of no documentation to confirm that security assessments were conducted. I would suggest, sir, that you read the Auditor General's report before you actually dispute what's in it, and that perhaps, again, as a director or a 50-50 partner in this company, you would seek to understand some of the allegations that are being levied against your company. Thank you.
Thanks, Mrs. Block. We'll go to you. Sorry, we're out of time for a response, sir. But I'm sure we'll get back to another intervention. Ms. Sadu, please. Welcome to OGO.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will pass to Mr. Jory.
Thank you, Madam Sidhu. Mr. Anthony. Okay, so let's talk about the number of RFP. You told us that the business that you bring to GC Strategy is split between 60-40, 60 private and 40% government. You highlighted D&D, agriculture, and transportation as 3 areas that that you hold as part of your account portfolio within the government. Can you tell me, since 2015, that you perform GC Strategy, how many RFP in general in those departments have you responded to, and what was your success rate? Or GC's strategy success rate?
I think we ran some numbers yesterday. I believe we submitted over 200 RFPs, and I believe our win rate was around 15 to 20%.
Okay, so that's good. It looks like you were watching the testimony, and that's good, because you earlier indicated that you had watched part of that testimony, so it looks like you're watching that part of the testimony, which is good. Okay, on the 15 to 20% win rate, and what's your win rate on the public side? Sorry, on the private side.
I don't have those numbers in front of me. I would assume it's probably a little bit higher, 20 to 25%.
20-25%. Okay. So when can you tell us how much effort does it go into preparing an RFP? So 100 RFP, you put over 200 RFP at 15%. That's about 30. Which in my math doesn't add up, since you've had 60 to 65, contracts with the government. So there's some way my math doesn't add up, and I'll leave that to another round. But can you tell me now on your percentage of? You talked about the percentage under 20%. Okay, so let's go back to 2005. In your earlier response to one of the questions, you said that you saw a trend as early as 2005. Can you tell me exactly what you saw that trend to be, and what was the driver that you saw in 2015 to say, "Oh my God, this is a perfect time to start this company"?
Well, in 2005, I started as a recruiter, and I started in the business at that time. I didn't realize the trends immediately, but I knew that I enjoyed doing the work, and it was a good way to make money.
Okay, so when you say good way to make money, naturally you saw the margins that your firm at that time, which you're an employee, was making, because I'm sure you're privy to that, correct?
I was not privy to the margins that.
Okay, then how do you know it's a good way to make money?
I was speaking personally for myself based on salary.
Oh, so what you meant is that by transitioning into becoming a company owner, you would make more money than the salary. But at no time, based on what you claim, you had preview into the margins that those subcontractors were making.
Well, depending on contracts awarded, you could see that there's margin involved in a RFP win.
Okay, can you tell me, based on from your 2005 to 2015, what kind of margins was there?
At that time, I believe it was an average of 20-25%.
Okay, so that's what you saw in there. Now, why 2015? Why not 2010? Why not 2017?
I guess that's a great question. It was, I guess, that time in our lives, we decided that we could try and do this ourselves. It was right for our families, and we took a chance at starting a company, and it worked up until a couple of months ago.
That's our time, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Mrs. Vignola, please, 2.5.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Anthony, yesterday, Mr. Firth told us that to prepare accounts and the processes with the government, he needed to work about 10 hours or so per month. 40 to 80 per month. All you have to do is fill security paperwork. How many hours did it take you per month to do that?
I'm the chief security officer, but I also get my own business. I work private sector accounts.
Je parle vraiment pour arriver.
I'm really talking about the security paperwork for ArriveCan. How many hours per month did it take you to earn $625,000 per year?
I have no idea.
Est-ce qu'on parle de 10 ans?
Are we talking about 10 hours, 20 hours per month? Are we talking about 100 hours?
Again, I don't know.
OK. C'est vraiment...
Very well. You really experienced the ultimate dream. You had a task, no need to inform yourself about the contracts, and you received significant profits. It's more than the American dream. It's the Canadian dream that we've seen. I have a few questions. When you were working at Veritac, did you meet with some people, for example, David Yao?
No.
No. Okay. You are saying that Colin Wood was someone you met there, and then you formed Coradic, and somebody you did business with as well.
I worked with Colin Wood at Veritac.
Okay.
Very well. And you also worked with Verluc Alexandre.
I don't know that name.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Bachrach, please go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Anthony, you previously said you're responsible for the security clearance not only of the resources, but also of GC Strategies. How do you exercise that responsibility?
Can you clarify the question for the resources?
No, for the company as a whole. You're the chief security officer for the whole company, and you're responsible for GC Strategies security clearance. How do you exercise that responsibility?
Well, we have a secret facility clearance, and then I maintain that.
Okay.
And we follow those. We follow the guidelines set out by PSPC.
And you said earlier that the $13.9 million contract did not require document safeguarding capability. How do you know this?
based on past testimony, I noticed yesterday that
from past committee testimony.
Yes.
Okay, so the Office of the Ombuds, the procurement ombud, stated that the contract for $13 million, $13.9 million, the contract itself stated that, quote, the contractor must, at all times during the performance of the contract, hold a valid designated organization screening, DOS, with approved document safeguarding at the level of protected B. Did your company hold that security clearance at the time that it was signed? So why earlier did you say that the contract didn't require document safeguarding when in fact it did?
Those words are PSPC's words. I'm not aware.
I don't think so. This is the contract itself. This is the Office of the Ombuds, or sorry, the Office of the Procurement Ombudsperson, and citing the contract. And this is the words from the report. The contract stated, quote, the contractor must at all times during the performance of the contract hold approved document safeguarding at the level of protected B. So I guess what's shocking, Mr. Anthony, is that you're the chief security officer. This is a security issue. We're talking about matters of national security, and you weren't familiar with the requirements of the contract at the time that your partner signed it. And it comes back to my earlier question about how you actually carry out your responsibilities as a chief security officer, or whether this is just a title that you divvied up the titles and you became chief security officer, but actually you don't do any chief security officer things. I'm struggling to understand how you fail to provide
our time,
this
Mr.
basic
Bachrach.
level
We'll
of
have to
oversight.
allow a bit of time for, if you could have a response, Mr. Anthony.
I have no response.
Thanks very much. Mr. Genuis, for 5 minutes, please, sir.
Mr. Anthony, you really had me at I didn't read the Auditor General's report. Now, this report was tabled more than a month ago. Your company has faced grievous consequences, which you have described because of this report. You've been required to testify in large part because of the findings of this report. And this report is feeding into an RCMP investigation that could result in criminal charges against your long-term business partner and against you. Mr. Anthony, this report is merely 36 pages. And at no point did you think, maybe I should read this thing.
No, I did not.
Mr. Anthony, why are you lying to this committee?
I'm not lying to this committee. I swore an oath.
You did, sir. What do you think you have to gain by claiming that you didn't read the Auditor General's report?
I have nothing to gain.
Why are you making this claim when it's clearly not true?
It is true.
Sir, how much time did you spend preparing for this hearing today?
Not a whole lot.
Roughly, though. How much time did you spend preparing for this hearing?
A couple of hours.
A couple hours. Okay. And you didn't think as part of that preparation you should read the Auditor General's report?
It was against my doctor's wishes for me to be working. I have not been working since the start of December. We sent our doctor's notes. He's advised us not to work.
Your doctor advised you not to read the Auditor General's report?
No, he said he'd advised me not to work to lower my stress.
Okay, sir. In the couple hours you spent preparing, you didn't read the Auditor General's report, and you came here and you told us you disputed its findings based on what Christian Firth had told you.
Yes.
Mr. Mr. Anthony, I don't believe you, first of all. But secondly, I have a hard time making sense of your motivations. Mr. Firth is under a serious cloud of suspicion, suspicion involving events that you claim you don't have any knowledge about. With that in mind, are you committed to standing by Mr. Firth and believing everything he tells you, regardless of what this investigation reveals?
I've known Christian Firth since 2007. We've been a business partner since 2015. He's honest, trustworthy, hardworking man and a parent. I have no doubt that he's done nothing wrong. I'm confident all independent investigation will establish that.
Were you reading what you just said, sir, or were you speaking from the heart?
Speaking from the heart.
Sir, I don't even know what to say. This is so ridiculous, sir. Like, is it not obviously ridiculous to you? You've come before this committee. You've been summoned here. You would have been arrested by the Sergeant at Arms if you hadn't shown up. And you're telling us you did 2 hours of prep. You didn't read the Auditor General's report, and you're committed to standing by everything Mr. Firth tells you, even though you had allegedly no involvement in the events that could lead to criminal charges. Like this, is this what is happening? Mr. Anthony, one other question in the time I have left. What is your relationship with David Yao? Do you know him? Do you have conversations with him?
I've never had a conversation with him. I don't know him.
Okay. You are supposed to manage security processes for the company. Have you ever, in the course of your time working for Christian Firth, provided any pushback or raised concerns about things he suggested in terms of contracts, contractors, processes, or have you not?
I have not.
So you affirm, approve, rubber stamp the things that Mr. Firth provides you.
I don't approve things that he. I'm not sure where what the question is.
This is a strange partnership.
Yeah, that is our time, Mr. Generous.
Okay.
Mr. Sousa, go ahead, please, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Anthony, you're a 50% owner of this company, correct?
Yes.
They made that clear. And you share 50% of the profits generated from the contracts as well, correct?
Yes.
And in those costs associated with a particular contract, if Mr. Firth has sourced the contract of ArriveCan, does he charge himself a salary or a fee prior to sharing the profits with you?
No.
So when he does a $20 million deal or a $10 million deal, and you do a $1 million deal, you share on the $20 million deal equally with Mr. Firth, and he shares in the $1 million deal that you do on your own? Is that how it works?
Yes, in most cases.
So you're benefiting quite a bit from this association with Mr. Firth if he's doing all the work, if he's providing and sourcing the contracts, if he's the one that's having deliberations, and you're saying that, hey, I'm just the guy that stamps and does the fingerprinting. Is that what you're saying? You're saying he actually sources a lot. He sources a lot of revenue for you.
Yeah, I focus on my work.
So how much of the work, the GC strategies, how much of the profits are generated by you?
I don't have those numbers in front of me.
Well, let's assume you got 2.5. Well, I mean, Mr. Firth explained yesterday that he got $2.5 million as the net result of his engagement with ArriveCan over those 2-year periods. Presumably, did you get a $2.5 billion net return on your contracts?
I don't have those numbers in front of me right now.
You don't know if you're equally contributing to the generation of profits for the company? Are you and him equal partners in terms of revenue generation?
Yes.
All right. So all the work that Mr. Firth did for GC Strategies in this period of time, you did equally the same amount in net profit.
Not well. I don't know. I don't know that answer.
Were you around? When were you at Veritech? How long were you at Veritech? When did you start?
I was started there in 2005, and I left in 2010.
So what happened at Veritech around that time? Are you aware of the bid rigging allegations and issues that occurred?
Yes.
And what happened with Veritech? Were they charged? Did they plead guilty? Explain to us what took place.
I am not sure. I believe I had left the company. I don't know what happened with that whole scenario.
But you were there and you weren't aware how.
Well, I was there as a recruiter. I was not involved in any of those accounts that were in question at that time. I was not investigated.
And you have not been in touch with any investigators as a result of this ongoing issue? The last 6 months, has any investigators called you?
No.
Explain to me, there's a lot of deliberations, a lot of considerations given to the value of your contribution and that of Mr. Firth to the program. In essence, why do you exist? Why is it that we need you and Mr. Firth to provide services? Like, you're not doing the service, right? You're providing the skill sets. You're assembling teams of people. Explain to us why is that worth 20% or 10%?
We were asked to do a job for a price, and we did it.
And you bid on that price? Like, you bid on, like, I understand this one may not have been bid. How did this one come to be? How did these last two or three that are in question?
On my contracts?
No, on
my
RevCan. On these with a RevCan. How did those contracts come to be?
I have no knowledge of that.
How do your contracts come to be?
My contracts, they come out through RFP. All of my contracts that I've been awarded have been competed. So an RFP would come out on the street. I would read it, see if we have a partner network or resources that would be interested in bidding on the opportunity, speak with those resources, clarifying if our corporate requirements meets that of that department. We put together a bid, submit, and if we were awarded the contract, we execute on the contract.
Thank you very much. That is our time. Mr. Bear, please go ahead, sir.
Numbered company, what is it?
Pardon me?
You have a numbered company. What is the company?
I don't see how that's relevant.
Well, first of all, it's relevant because I've asked. It's also important that we have an understanding of your business dealings. And I've asked the question, and you're obligated to answer it. The numbered company, sir.
The numbered company owns my shares.
The numbered company owns your shares. Is it registered in Canada?
Yes.
And is Christian Firth a part of this numbered company?
No.
And the shares that you're referring to are in GC Strategies?
Yes.
Does it hold shares in any other company?
No.
Do you have any business abroad? And do you own any interest in companies outside of Canada?
No.
Do you know if Christian Firth has any businesses outside of Canada?
No.
No businesses? Sorry, you don't know, or he doesn't have them?
I don't know.
So you're the Chief Security Officer of GC Strategies. Can you testify that the ArriveCan app was totally secure and the data that was collected was totally secure?
I have no knowledge of that.
Are you the chief security officer for GC Strategies?
Yes.
Did GC Strategies work on ArriveCan?
Yes.
So the Auditor General says that your company was paid nearly $20 million on a $60 million project, and you don't have any knowledge of it as one of two people in a two-person company, and your role specifically is Chief Security Officer of GC Strategies, and your testimony is that you have no knowledge of the security of the data that was collected and if it was secure.
The security data that I collected is secure.
What is the data that you collected?
People's personal information, and could be passports.
So are you talking about the users of the app, or are you talking about contractors on the app?
Contractors on the app.
But you have no idea about where ArriveCan data was stored as the Chief Security Officer for GC Strategies?
Absolutely not.
Do you know if anyone outside of Canada worked on the app?
I have no knowledge of that.
Would you say you did more or less work than Christian Firth on ArriveCan?
Less.
So he said he did about 10 hours a week. So you did less than 10 hours a week for $1.25 million?
I work full time. I don't work by the hour.
So on this contract, your partner said that he worked 40 hours per month to earn $2.5 million, of which you say you share 50% of that. So the question is about work on this app. I'm looking to find out. You said you worked less than Mr. Firth did, and he said he worked for what works out to less than 10 hours a week. So that's accurate for you as well on ArriveCan.
I did not work on the app.
Yeah, there seems to be a lot of that with your company, that you gentlemen were paid. You were made millionaires by Canadians, and you didn't do any actual work on Justin Trudeau's $60 million Arrive scam. And you've come here today and you have no answers. You expressed that you were concerned about the impact this has on your other business. I think that the people who've contracted you to do business would be concerned as well after seeing your inability to actually articulate what it is that your company does and how you exercise your role as Chief Security Officer.
Thanks, Mr. Barrett. Mr. Jouari, please, for 5.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Anthony, I'm going to go back to 3 periods, 2005 to 2010, 2010 to 2015, and the found passion at that time, 2015 to present. What kind of trend did you see between 2005 to 2010 and then 2010 to 15 and 15 forward around requests for either outsourcing or staff augmentation as it relates to the government?
Well, I did definitely notice a increase from 2010 to 2015.
So what? So you did not? Is it because you were in a different capacity, working in a different capacity between 2010 to 2015?
Well, this is in relation to trends. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. So my network got larger during that period. I got a better understanding of the business, and I could notice that there was more contracting coming out of the federal government.
Okay. So between 2010 to 2015, what do you think the driver was? And do you think the driver somehow peaked at 2015 and you said, oh my God, this is great, let me jump on it?
Not really. I'm somewhere around, if I was going to pick a year between 2012, 2013, I would guess it seemed to be an influx at that point.
So what would you attribute that influx to? You're monitoring. You're a business owner. You're monitoring the market because you want to put people, and you're saying you saw an influx. Did you ever looked into why was the influx coming?
There was more and more RFPs available for tender on the streets
by Government of Canada.
Yes.
Between 2012 to 2013. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Is there have you made any observation around department or government at that time making decisions that you could recall that would impact that? I'm trying to use my word very carefully.
Not that I recall, no.
Is it possible that a government during that period, a government tough time during that period, got rid of a lot of
we've lost you,
civil
Mr.
servants, and therefore by default,
Mr. Jouari,
we lost a very
Mr.
old
Jouari,
system. They had to go.
We lost you there. Could you just start at the beginning for that last question, please?
Can you hear me now, sir?
Yes, thanks.
I can hear you.
Okay, sir. Okay, is it possible that during that period a correlation exists between the fact that the government of that time, in the interest of potentially balancing the budget, they got rid of a lot of civil servants and a lot of intelligence or a lot of, let's say, capacity, and then they had to compensate that by going out and outsourcing for staff augmentation?
I'm not sure about that.
Is that it's a possibility? You're not sure. You're in this business. You've been in this business since 2005. You found the aspiration to register a company 2015. You have, because of your network, you and your partner have done well among the 636 company, and you're not watching trends and you're not making observations. Am I hearing you right?
No, I do watch trends and do make observations.
Okay. So what was your observation during that period? And what is your observation from 2015 until now?
My observation at that time, there was more and more RFPs available for tender. On that time, it was buy and sell.
Okay. And how about 2015 to present?
It would be, I guess, status quo.
Status quo meaning what? The same RFP numbers that it was during 2012, 2013? I don't understand.
I don't have those numbers in front of me on what the actual numbers were.
But we're talking about trends. 200. You've told me since 2015 you've had 200 contracts, and you're telling me that there's
200 submissions for RFP. We did not have 200 contracts.
Okay. So 200 submission for RFP. You're telling me a rate of 15%. So that would be about 30 contracts. You've secured 60 to 65 contracts, which is nearly about 35 to 40%. Some numbers do not make sense to me, sir. As an owner of a business, which have proven to be successful, I would strongly suggest you be prepared for the next round of questions that I'm going to ask to be able to talk about those trends and what you've made an observation.
Thank you, sir.
I think my time is up.
Yes, it is. Thanks. Mrs. Mignola, please.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll ask you a simple question concerning ArriveCan. Do you know how much you earned, the amount that entered any of your bank accounts? Do you know any of these amounts? I'm not even asking about the amounts. I want to know if you know how much you earned.
I don't have those numbers.
Wow. Vous êtes un chef d'entreprise.
You are a company owner. You have contracts multiple times, notably with the government of Canada, but you do not know how much you make in life. And you have 2 other numbered companies. Well, things seem to be going very well for you. I would like to be so rich that I don't have to bother to know how much I earn and how much I spend. I'm sorry, but it's really incredible. You talked about opportunities starting in 2012, 2015. Is it consistent with cutbacks that were made to technology workers at that time? Dismissals of staff?
I'm not sure. It could be.
OK, donc ça doit être un des nombreux
It must be some of the chance experiences we've seen in this committee for a while now, for some weeks. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Before the purchase of Corridal, you were an employee, a salaried worker at Veritag, and later with iForce Consulting. Am I correct?
That's correct.
How do you go from salaried worker to company owner and someone who receives a security clearance?
Est-ce que vous avez utilisé?
Did you have to use another company as a donor and then delete the other company? How does it work, the process?
Well, we were basically how we started the companies. We were entrepreneurs and we decided to take a risk and invest our money to purchase Cordell.
OK.
I'm sorry,
Merci.
That's our time. Mr. Bachrach, please go ahead, sir.
Mr. Anthony, PSPC suspended your company's security clearance. I imagine as chief security officer, this was news that gave you quite a bit of concern. Is that correct?
No, actually, we canceled Mr. Firth's security clearance the day before. He was a key security officer for the company, and we canceled his clearance. Then we were aware that we were going to lose our security clearance for the company.
Okay, wait, I'm a little bit confused. Mr. Firth was the chief security officer?
No, he's a key security officer.
He's a key security officer, and you're the chief security officer. Yeah. And because you knew you were going to lose your company's security clearance, he preemptively canceled his security clearance?
No, we weren't able to do business with the government of Canada. We were suspended from everything. So our company's security clearance was irrelevant. We would never be using it. So we deleted his clearance, thus knowing we're going to lose our clearance.
Does the company have security clearance in addition to Mr. Firth's own personal security clearance?
No, I still have my personal security clearance. I believe.
When PSPC suspended your company's security clearance, what did that mean? What were they suspending?
They were suspending us from allowing us to get anybody a security clearance or hold anyone's security clearance.
And so PSPC has suspended Mr. Firth's security clearance?
Yes, his security clearance has been terminated.
And yours has not?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, interesting. And as chief security officer, did the loss of Mr. Firth's security clearance concern you?
No, we were aware that this was going to happen. We actioned it.
And did you communicate with PSPC about the revocation of security clearance?
Yes.
Does the fact that you still have your own personal security clearance mean that you can still approve the clearance of resources that work on projects?
No,
Why not?
because we don't have any government contracts. We don't have any government contractors. For me to get into the system, I will not be able to process anyone's clearance. I don't have access.
Thank you.
Did PSPC and okay. Thank you, Mr.
Sorry,
Chair.
sir. You'll have a couple more rounds. So, Mr. Brock, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Anthony, does it concern you that Mr. Firth actively engaged in acts of fraud and forgery in relation to the Butler contract? And furthermore, his evidence at committee that it was a standard practice of his to take a look at various resumes with other contracts and to match it to the requirements set out by the government. Does it that to me, as a former prosecutor, just spells out another word for criminality. So on a personal level, sir, does it concern you that your partner has been engaged in criminal acts, yes or no?
I don't think he did.
So you are defending his actions, is that correct?
Yeah, I don't think he did.
Are you defending his actions, sir? Are you saying that
Yes.
what he did with respect to Bottler, changing their resumes without their consent and doing that same sort of practice with other contractors was entirely acceptable by your standards?
I don't think he did that.
He said he did. So that's fine. You're defending him. I have you on record. That's an important point that perhaps you want to discuss with your counsel. Now, you'll have to forgive me as well, sir, that in your opening statement, you wanted the public to have some sympathy for the situation that your company, the Government of Canada Strategies, is now facing in terms of the financial hardship. But according to public accounts data, Government of Canada Strategies has received $59 million in federal funding from all federal departments combined since 2017. So if we take your commission value of 15% at the lowest all the way to 30% at the highest, that means you and Firth, since 2017, over the last 7 years, received $8.85 million at the 15% mark, or upwards to $17.7 million at the highest mark. That's roughly $4.4 million to you, sir, upwards to $8.8 million. Now, in light of Justin Trudeau's just very poor fiscal policies that he's adopted since 2015 and the affordability crisis that Canadians are facing, you will probably understand that no Canadian has any sympathy for you, sir, in the situation you're in, because that amount of money is something that's almost akin to winning the taxpayer lottery. So I'm not asking for a response, but I want you to consider that, sir, that you have been rewarded very handsomely at the backs of Canadian taxpayers. Now, last line of questioning. What did you actually do in the grand total of 2 hours to prepare for this meeting, aside from talking to Christian Firth? What did you do? What did you review?
I've reviewed my own contracts.
Did you think that someone at this committee would be asking about your contracts with the Government of Canada?
That's all I know.
That's all you know. You don't know anything about your partner's involvement with the Government of Canada and all the allegations against him? You didn't think there'd be other questions related to your involvement with Christian Firth?
Well, I figured there would be questions related to Christian Firth. I was surprised.
Did Christian Firth tell you what to say today, sir?
Not at all.
Do you always believe what Mr. Firth says to you?
I trust him, yes.
Do you always believe what he says to you?
I trust him, yes.
Yes. So if he said to you, and I guess he did say to you, I disagree with the Auditor General's report, you took that at face value without conducting any independent investigation on your own. I often tell my 14-year-old twin daughters, if you're going to do what friends say you're going to do, are you going to jump off a bridge if a friend tells you to do that as well? Do you ever push back on your business acquaintance or business partner, Mr. Firth?
Have I ever pushed back?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And in this particular case, you didn't think a very explosive document by an auditor who's been in the business of auditing for decades, and you have no auditing experience, do you?
No.
No. And Firth has no auditing experience. Right?
I don't think so, no.
So if Firth says we disagree with everything that she has said, you will always accept that at face value.
Well, he has knowledge.
He has knowledge.
Thanks, Mr. Block. Mr. Sousa, go ahead, and then we will do our second suspension. Go ahead, Mr. Sousa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I have only a few questions, and I'm going to move my motion as well prior to our suspension, if that's okay. Mr. Anthony, I think reference was just made about the name of your company. Is it called the Government of Canada, or is it called GC Strategies?
It's GC Strategies Incorporated.
So there is not called the Government of Canada Incorporated. You're not operating under that name. You're operating under GC. Mr. Firth, go ahead.
We operate under GC Strategies. That's our legal name.
Okay. And we understand yesterday from Mr. Firth, you picked GC Strategies for what reason as the initials?
We just thought that it would be good to call it we would say GC Strategies means Government of Canada. Yeah.
Fair enough. And when you purchased Cordell at the time, you were both equal partners in the investment, equal amounts of money were contributed?
Yes, and we had another business partner at the time.
Have you owned any other companies prior to GC Strategies?
No.
This is your first foray as an entrepreneur and a shareholder?
Yes.
Some of my colleagues have questioned you and pressed you pretty hard on the fiduciary duty that you have as part of a director and an owner of this company. I would suggest with your counsel, look into some of the requirements and the corporate nature that you represent and have quite a bit of exposure here. So we all find it rather odd that you don't have knowledge or an understanding of these consequences. And are you telling us that you and Mr. Firth don't discuss the legal implications or the accusations being made against you by this investigation?
No, we discuss files, contracts generally, but not specifics.
Okay. Mr. Chair, if I could move the motion that's been tabled already.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Sousa.
And I believe there may be an amendment to it by one of our colleagues. It reads that the committee invites the President of the Treasury Board and Minister of Public Services and Procurement to appear for 1 hour and a half, as well as officials to appear for 2 hours regarding the 2023-2024 supplementary estimates C, the 2024-2025 main estimates, and the 2024-25 departmental plans, and the meeting take place on Wednesday, March 20th, 2024.
Thanks. Before I start speaking, well, I see Mrs. Vignola, but before I start, can I just get you to confirm, Mr. Sousa, the intent will be have the two ministers side by side for 1 hour and a half with their officials with them for 2 hours?
Yes.
And they will be there just from Wednesday would be 4:30 or Wednesday would be 4:30 to, so they'll be there 4:30 to 6. So the two ministers 4:30 to 6. and their officials from 4:30 to 6:30. Is that the intent?
The intent would be for them to be available side by side throughout that period of time.
Right, but the officials would be
Let me
4:30
verify.
to 6:30. And the minister's 4:30 to 6. Am I reading that right?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. I've got, yep.
Chair, are we able to allow the witness the 5 minutes offered to him to confer with his legal counsel while we have this debate?
I still intend to suspend for a few minutes after, regardless.
Okey-doke.
But Mr. Anthony, if you wish to turn off your mic and take a break, you may, because this will take a few minutes, and then we'll officially suspend. I have Mrs.
Point of order, Chair. Can I just suggest that we not do the suspension? We tell
No.
Mr. Anthony he's going to have 10, 15 minutes.
No, thank you, though. Mrs. Vignola, go ahead, please, on the motion.
Très rapidement.
Very quickly. I am moving a friendly amendment. I am moving a friendly amendment for the list of witnesses mentioned in the main motion be changed to add Madam O'Gorman from the Canada Border Services, Miss Erin O'Gorman, that she be added to the list.
Amendment to add the president of CBSA on the estimates, departmental plans, and the supplementary estimates.
Exactement.
Exactly.
Merci.
Thank you.
I know Mr. Generous had his hand up on the original motion, but do we have anyone wishes to speak on the amendment? I take it we're fine with the amendment then? The CBSA doesn't fall under our mandate. It's fine. Okay. Perfect. We will do so. Consider that amended. So we're back to the amended motion. Did you still wish to speak on that, Mr. Generous?
I do, yeah.
Please go ahead, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I think what we've seen consistently from Liberals, frankly, across committees is that they want to really limit and constrain the amount of time that we have as members to hear from ministers. This is a very significant curtailment of time. Frankly, if this is about respecting the time of ministers, they don't need to appear side by side. We can hear from them for a longer period of time in total, but so we have a chance to ask each of them questions. I don't see any logic in having two ministers appear on both the supplementary estimates and the main estimates all at once, and limiting that to such a relatively short period of time. This is just part of Liberal efforts to limit the amount of real exposure their ministers have to actually have to respond to questions. We're in the midst of this explosive scandal involving government procurement. We've been told that ministers effectively don't do very much when it comes to the actual processes of procurement involved. I think we've got a lot of questions that we need to get answers to, and the fact that the Liberals are in the middle of another witness testimony proposing a motion to so severely limit the opportunity that we have to ask ministers questions doesn't make any sense. What I would propose as a starting point is a simple amendment. Add the word each in front of the word appear, and then separately after the word appear, so that it would read to each appear separately for 1 hour and a half. To emphasize that look, if the minister's saying I'm so busy I only have an hour and a half to appear before the committee, then each minister should appear on their own to answer questions, and so that the committee is able to get more questions answered with the same allocation of each minister's time. So that's, I think, a very reasonable amendment that reflects the parameters of time that ministers have, and is not the kind of draconian limiting of accountability that is proposed in the original motion.
Thanks, Mr. Genuis. Take a speaking list on that. I will note, however, I'm as chair and someone who's been on OGA for a long time, I'm a bit concerned about this. Traditionally, we've always had 1 full hour for the supplementary estimates, 1 full hour on the mains. So now we're actually reducing it quite significantly on that. And being an estimates geek, I'm a bit concerned. But Mr. Sousa, go ahead on Mr. Genuis's motion or amendment, sorry.
Yeah, so now we're dealing with a new amendment to a combined, right? And we understand that the ministers are appearing, that they want to make every effort to engage with respect to what's happening, but the degree of availability and the degree of deliberation that we've had thus far has been extensive, and the ministers are trying to accommodate the activity and the engagement with the committee in regards to this. There's going to be other opportunities for the ministers to appear as well. We just want to make certain that the value and the execution of that time is productive to all of us. And so, yeah, this is what we're proposing. We're proposing and making them available as necessary to our committee, as they are going to be to others. And so I would proceed to move forward with the way it was already established with the amendment provided by Mrs. Van Nola, and to move forward.
Okay, I have
without the added amendment for each.
Yeah, I have Mrs. Block, and then we'll go back to Mr. Genuis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It would seem to me that there is some confusion in regards to the invitation of ministers to appear before committee. It is my understanding that we are inviting them to appear before committee to answer any questions this committee has about the supplementary estimates and the main estimates, that we are not inviting them here at this point in time to speak about ArriveCan. And that, you know, in keeping with what has been tradition, we are inviting them for an hour to speak to us about the supplementary estimates and the main estimates. I think Mr. Sousa is confused.
Thanks, Mr. Genuis. Then Mr. Baines.
Thank you, Chair. Excellent points by my colleagues. Just to add, I mean, in terms of respecting the minister's time, I understand that ministers are busy people. If we're being told that the ministers have that much time on that particular day, then let's use their time well by having them appear separately. That's all my amendment does. It doesn't in any way affect the amount of time that they're going to spend on that particular day. It's just that they will spend the time separately so that we can actually hear from both and hear answers, or at least responses from both. That is very reasonable in terms of balancing what apparently their scheduling requirements are, as well as a legitimate expectation of democratic accountability.
Thanks, Mr. Baines, and then Mr. Shawari.
I think in order to hear from the ministers, and I think Mr. Genuis indicated that they actually aren't day-to-day involved in the procurement process, and we have other staff that are deputy ministers, etc., that can come also at the same time to answer the questions that are posed. So I think that is ample amount of time if both ministers can appear at the same time.
Thanks. And before we go to Mr. Shawari, just to be clear, this is, again, it's the minister's opportunity to defend their supplementary estimates, which is in the billions, and their opportunity to defend the main estimates, which is in the tens and tens of billions. This is not to address procurement day to day, but to actually defend their request for Parliament to approve the billions of dollars, which is the whole reason why this committee exists. And frankly, going back to 1295, the model Parliament, why Parliament exists. Mr. Shawari, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On that note, I believe a combined 1.5 hour takes many aspects and many concerns into account. First of all, they're each one of them are made themselves available an extra 30 minutes. And if we look at the totality of it, we're looking at each one of them. We're coming as 1 hour for the main and as well as the subsea. Then we are really saying that let's use the efficiency factor coming in, and that extra 30 minutes that we are discussing. I mean, if you look at the rotation, a 25-minute rotation is 2 spots for Liberal, 2 spots for CPC, and 1 spot 2.5 minutes and 2.5 minutes. So really, this is not a drastic, as some of our colleagues are trying to make it sound. It's just making sure that we get the minister here as soon as possible when they're available. The commitment has been made. We have moved the motion. They are making themselves available. Coordination has gone into ensuring that they are available, and they're going to spend 1.5 hours with us, and their officials are going to be also there half an hour thereafter to be able to answer any questions that we have. And I've looked at both subsea and the main estimates. I've read the PBO report. I've looked at where the money is going, and yes, it is in tens of millions of dollars. But when you look at the voted, and when you look at where it's gone, et cetera, 1.5 hour is more than ample time to be able to ask questions on that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Mr. Baines. Is your hand up again to speak, or is it just left from before?
Glad to see hand.
I see no other speakers. Can we move to a vote on Mr. Genuis's amendment? No. Recorded vote? Okay, go ahead, sir.
The vote is on the amendment in the name of Mr. Genuis. Ms. Sidhu?
No.
Mr. Baines?
No.
Mr. Jahari?
Against.
Mr. May?
No.
Mr. Sousa?
No.
Ms. Block?
Yes.
Mr. Genuis?
Yes.
Mr. Brock?
Yes.
Madame Vignola?
Oui.
Mr. Backrack?
Yes.
I will vote yes as well. It is carried. Mr. Genuis?
Thank you, Chair. That's good news. I want to make one more proposed change. Traditionally, we have heard from the ministers separately on the supplementary estimates and the main estimates. I think that the efforts to bundle together the supplementary estimates, the main estimates, and the departmental plans really aren't respectful of the processes that the committee should follow. So I would propose that we remove the text from that says, quote, the 2024-2025 main estimates and the 2024-25 departmental plans, so that the hearing on March 20th would be the effect of that amendment would be that the hearing on March 20th is on the supplementary estimates. That's in keeping with the traditions of this committee, and I think the reasonable expectations at all committees of accountability taking place in relation to each set of estimates.
Thanks. So striking main estimates with the intent, I assume, that the main estimates will be reviewed at a separate time as has been done in the past. Mr. Sousa, are you speaking on Mr. Genuis?
Sorry, Chair, just to clarify, striking main estimates and the reference to departmental plans.
Sorry.
So striking both. Yeah, thank you.
I have Mr. Sousa, then I have Mrs. Vigneault.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just going through it now. So we were trying to extend some time to provide for both ministers to appear, to do what was requested and what we require. And now we're suggesting that we have multiple engagements, in essence, right? So you're asking that we've added on another member of Mr. O'Gorman and Ms. O'Gorman, and now we're requesting that instead of providing some efficiencies to the work by allowing extended time for the two ministers to appear concurrently in regards to these matters, you're asking for separate engagements and now separate meetings relative to each of one of these, and the time that will be required for that. Are you then supposedly reducing the time of each minister's appearance? And I'm not sure that that's being amended here. So I'm just looking for some guidance and clearance and concurrence with other members of my team and staff. Of course, we're all virtual here, so that's even more difficult to attend to. So I'm looking at how we proceed without having further discussion in regards to some of those amendments. And I'm actually quite concerned about proceeding without having the ability to have concurrence with some members of my team. And I'm looking for some guidance in that regard. And I would prefer to see what we have put forward to expedite it and facilitate the meeting and extend the meeting accordingly to provide for more wholesome discussion relative to these issues.
Certainly, we'll go to Mrs. Vignola while she is chatting. I encourage you to perhaps chat with your team, but we could certainly go back to the traditional way as we've done it the last 8 years I've been here, which is one full separate meeting with TBS and one full separate meeting for PSPC. Go ahead, Mrs. Vignola.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Chair. I'm seeking confirmation. We have had two separate meetings for the Treasury Board and Public Services and Procurement. Well, we could do that, but generally, ministers come for 1 hour and we meet with the public servants for 1 hour. That's what I understood from Mr. Genius's amendment, that we were going to have 2 hours with the ministers, the two ministers. And that would be the same thing we do normally, 1 hour with the minister and 1 hour with the other minister, and then we see the public servants. So I would like to confirm my understanding of the situation, because what we are asking here is not the same thing. Is Mr. Genius now asking that we dedicate 2 hours per minister, or 2 or 3 hours to talk about the ministerial plans that we've just received? Because I voted for 2 hours for the 2 plans, considering that normally it's 1 hour for each plan.
The amendment as it is amending the original motion, which is the ministers together for an hour and a half with the officials there for 2 hours in one meeting, to change it to the estimates only. So the amendment's not to go back to our normal process, which is one minister for an hour and the officials for the full 2 hours, and then a second meeting of a standalone minister for an hour. This is just amending what's in front of us, which is an hour and a half with the minister side by side. We would require to perhaps defeat all of this and then try to rebook a minister in separate meetings to go back to what we traditionally have done here in the past.
Pour une question de clarté, de compréhension.
For clarification purposes, I would like to see the amendment as moved by Mr. Genius, the one we have before us now. I would like to have it in writing so that everything is clear for me and for my entire team. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't suppose you have I don't think Mr. Genuis has the amended one in writing. How about we just have the clerk read back the amended motion as Mr. Genuis proposes? Because it's basically just taking out main estimates and departmental plans with the intent, I'm going to assume, to do the main estimates at a separate time like we have done in the past. That makes sense. So I can have the clerk read it.
Il faudrait redéposer une nouvelle motion.
A new motion will have to be tabled once again to have the main estimates and another one for the plans, and another for the...
A motion to have the minister show up for the main estimates or for the departmental plans. We have just booked them because the ministers have always agreed, because it's part of every minister's role is to attend their committee and defend their estimates and justify why they're asking for X amount of dollars. So we will, I'm going to assume we're not going to need a separate motion to have them come to do the main estimates as they should be doing. But and we've never in the past had a separate motion to actually have them show up to do the supplementary estimates either. It's just we book them, as is their role to defend. I can have the clerk just read back where we're at right now, though, for you. It's a very short one, actually. Go ahead, sir. And then I've got Mr. Genuis and Mr. May.
To date, we have amended the original motion by Mr. Souza with the amendment proposed by Madame Vignola. It was subsequently amended as well, pardon me, by the amendment put forward by Mr. Genuis. And now we are on a second amendment by Mr. Genuis. And this is the text that I have based on the second amendment that's currently being debated right now by the committee. That the committee invites the President of the Treasury Board, the Minister of Public Service and Procurement Canada, and the President, Canada Border Services Agency, Aaron O'Gorman, to each appear separately for 1.5 each hours, I presume is the missing word there, as well as officials regarding the 2023-2024 supplementary estimates C. And again, the current amendment would remove the main estimates 2024-2025 and their respective department plans, and that the meeting take place on Wednesday, March 20th, 2024. That is the amendment proposed by Mr. Genuis, currently being debated by the committee.
Mr. Genuis, go ahead, and then Mr. May, then Mr. Baines.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just sort of fairly briefly, Mr. Souza said, well, we need a bit more time and discussion for this. I mean, Mr. Souza is the one that moved his motion in the middle of witness testimony. So I'm working with the text of a motion that he put forward. That's why we're in this situation. The chair has in the past, quite rightly, I think, asked ministers to appear before the committee on those different aspects of their responsibility. The intent of this motion seems to be to do something irregular. That is to bundle together ministers and also to bundle together accountability events. So to take, normally we hear from a minister on the SUPs, a minister on the mains, another minister on the SUPs, another minister on the mains. He wants to have all the ministers on the SUPs and the mains and the departmental plans happen all at once. And this is an attempt by Mr. Souza and his government to limit accountability, to limit the need of ministers to respond to questions. And that's quite obvious. So given that he has, in the middle of witness testimony, put forward this motion aimed at limiting accountability, we are seeking amendments to go within the parameters of minister schedules as we understand them, to go back to the normal thing. To the question about what the effect of this second amendment, and I think this is the last amendment. I'd be happy, we'd be happy to see this motion pass with this amendment, is to simply say that this would be the supplementary estimates, not the and that the main estimates can be dealt with in the normal fashion. So that's really all that needs to be said.
Thanks, Mr. May, then Mr. Baines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My original hand went up to ask a question that my block colleague got a clear answer to, because it was getting a bit confusing in terms of what we were amending and how we were amending it. But to my colleague, Mr. Genuis's comments, I find it amusing that we moved a motion to bring the ministers to be accountable for their ministries, and now he's accusing us of somehow protecting the ministers from that accountability. But I would point out that, and I'm a guest here. I'm covering for my honorable colleague Eric Kazmierczak. So I regret I don't have
clear line of sight of the norm of this committee. But I can speak to the traditions of other committees, and as the former chair of Human Resources, Skills and Social Development, and the Status of People with Disabilities, I did that. Was very honored to take on that role for 4 years. Quite often, we would have ministers appear together just out of pure necessity. We have a limited time in the calendar to have ministers appear before committee before the estimates are through the process. The question should be asked: do we want to have the ministers here to actually speak to these measures after the fact, after they've been processed? Well, of course not. We want to be able to speak to them before the process is wrapped up. So I think, I understand the comment and where it's coming from my colleague, Mr. Genius, but to be blunt, I think we have very limited time in order to go through these measures. Bringing them together is not always the easiest thing to do, and we also don't know that it is possible to have them appear together. We'll have to wait to get response back from the ministers and their schedulers. But I think that the motion from my colleague, Mr. Sousa, is more than reasonable, and I think we're getting far from the actual motion that was tabled. It's become something completely different. So I think to that I will vote no on this amendment. But thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Mr. May. We'll go to Mr. Baines, but I will point out that we have until May 31st before the main estimates are deemed reported. So we do have a fair amount of time still. Go ahead, Mr. Baines, then Mr. Sousa.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'm just wondering if I could get the motion as it is now in writing, please. I know the clerk read it out, but it's just tough to follow. If we can get that in writing and emailed to all of us.
Yeah, the clerk will send that out. Mr. Sousa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we are trying to provide the minister's availability. My understanding, while I had not been on this committee or on any of these committees prior to the year that I arrived, it's my understanding that, the invitations to the ministers are made via motion. It's not unilaterally made, I don't, from my understanding, by the chair. So we're trying to take that process in hand, and we're trying to make the ministers available accordingly. And we're trying to extend the time of the joint engagement of both ministers to expedite the matter and to facilitate the issues that are being looked upon. So I won't be supporting the motion for Mr. Genuis because we're trying to facilitate and get the very individuals before this committee to do what is necessary on our behalf. And so I look forward to reading it once it comes forward. I look forward to seeing exactly what is being suggested or proposed. And I'm also trying to make certain that we have the ministers available for the purposes that we need in regards to this. And that's why we've extended the time to have them appear jointly. That's it, Mr. Chair.
Thanks. Is there anyone else? I'm going to suspend for 2 minutes so that everyone can get the written copy and we can move forward. So we'll suspend for 2 minutes. clerk has sent out the motion as it's been amended and agreed upon, and written into it, what he has sent out includes Mr. Genois's amendments. Mr. Souza, your hand's still up. Are you speaking on this still, or can we go to a vote?
No, I need to review this, Chair. I'm just reviewing it. We're just reading it now. We just got it, so we're taking some time. So if we can just have a moment, and we'll take it through.
I will do 60 seconds maximum. It's not a lot of changes, so we should get to it, please. Mr. Bachrach, do you wish to speak on it while it's being reviewed? And we'll get back to Mr. Souza.
Sure. My only comment, Mr. Chair, is just that some of the sentence structure reads a little bit funny, particularly with regard to the reference to officials, sort of added in at the end. And the words each appear twice, or the word each appears twice. To each appear separately for 1 hour and a half each. But I don't want to, outstay my welcome by wordsmithing. I'm hopeful.
It is written as it had been adopted, but I think I understand what you're saying, and we'll make sure we're clear on the intent of it.
I'm just hoping that the intent comes across, and yes. I'm unclear reading it how the officials fit into this.
Yeah, hold on, Mr. Yes,
Chair,
Mr. Generous, point of order.
Oh, sorry, I've been trying for a minute and I have having a technical issue. But Chair, the version that was distributed was not what I said in my amendment. I said to each appear separately. So I think I was quite clear on that. I said put the word each before appear and then separately after the word appear. So, and I think that will address Mr. Bachrach's issue as well.
That's what we received from your staff, Mr. Generous.
Sorry, what?
That is what the clerk received from your staff.
I didn't provide written notice of I said to each appear separately was what I said on the record when I moved the.
That is what your staff apparently provided to the clerk, and the clerk made the adjustments. Can you perhaps go back to your?
Sure, I moved an amendment verbally, and I was clear about what I said. So, and the transcript will make that clear. And no text was
yes, the clerk did not just pull it out of the air, Mr. Generous. If he tells me, unless he's mistaken, inform me that the text that was sent out came from your staff. I understand what you're saying, but perhaps you need to confirm with your staff what was sent over to the clerk.
Okay, and perhaps my staff made an error, and I apologize if the staff sent something after the fact to the clerk by email in error. But I think I moved an amendment verbally, and that should be reflected. Thank you.
Okay, why don't we move to Mr. D'Souza? Why don't you draft something to ensure that the clerk has the right version, and then we can resend it back out. Mr. Anthony, I see you're back. We're going to be a short while longer, I am assuming, so you're welcome to disengage again, Mr. Anthony. Mr. Souza, did you wish to, why don't we wait a few minutes? We'll get the correct version, and we will redistribute it, but we will suspend again for 5 minutes? 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the amendment now is received, and I've been trying to read it through. Once this is initiated, we go back to the original, or does this play out? Will this be the final, or is there an opportunity for us to revise it?
We're on Mr. Genuis's amendment, and why don't I just have the clerk read it back in for the record, because there's been a lot of back and forth. But we're on the Mr. Genuis's amendment. That's what we're debating, and we're trying to move forward on. I'll have the clerk just read it back into the record, and we will move forward. If there's anyone else in the speaking list, then hopefully we can vote on it.
The motion as it stands reads as follows: that the committee invites the President of the Treasury Board, the Minister of Public Service and Procurement Canada, and the President, Canada Border Services Agency, Aaron O'Gorman, to each appear separately for 1.5 hours. We'll remove the word each, that is again redundant, that can be removed, as well as officials regarding the 2023-2024 Supplementary Estimates C, and that the meeting to take place on Wednesday, March 20th, 2024.
Perfect. I see no one else in the speaking list. Can we, Mr. Souza?
Yeah, so it's rather unprecedented that we're going to have, look, we're trying to combine them, provide for that, and provide the extra extended time. But now the way the amendment reads and what we're doing is providing not only the ministers, and now we've included officials and others to appear for a longer period of time. The initial intent was to enable us to expedite and facilitate the meeting. What we're doing is extending ministers' time, extending and including now outside officials that normally would not be part of it. And I think that's the part that we're having more difficulty with as we go forward. So what happens next, Mr. Chair? Is it possible to make amendments at this point?
We're debating the amendment, so we'd have to move forward to that. Are you suggesting perhaps that we do, and I'm gonna stick my nose in here, that are you suggesting we go back to the traditional for this SUPS of 1 hour minister and then the second hour with the officials? Separate
I'm
meetings?
suggesting we just combine them and extend the time so we can expedite it. That's what I prefer to go back.
Extend the time as in a 3-hour meeting, Mr. Souza?
No.
I'm just trying to work out so we can move forward.
Yeah.
You're suggesting
So
like a 3-hour
my question is, as a result, as a consequence of what's being amended now, extension of time is now throughout the system with inclusion of others. So what happens after this amendment? If it gets voted down, what happens then? If it gets voted, or if
this amendment gets voted down, then we're back to the original amended motion, which was yours with Mrs. Bignola's amendment.
And if it passes, it passes, and that's that.
If what passes,
so we're going to be
this
requesting.
Amendment? Are you talking about if Mr. Garnett's amendment passes?
Correct.
Yeah. Then if it passes, then we go back, then that becomes the amended motion and we vote on the amended motion.
So, and then we can make amendments to that motion at that point, because again, my concern is we're actually now extending the time extensively for the ministers and for others from outside. It's unconventional to have outside members.
Just to be clear, we cannot re-amend the sub-amendment. Like, for example, we can't go back and have a amendment to remove Ms. O'Gorman. So we cannot change that once it's been accepted. So Mr. Genuis says if it was accepted, it would be as it is, we can't go back and change that. The specific things Mr. Genuis put in, nor the specific things that Mrs. Bignola put in.
Right. And our initial engagement was to engage more, and I think that was part of the friendly amendment by Mrs. Bignola to accommodate some of those requests. So if this proceeds and it passes, then we cannot go back. This is it. We don't have another opportunity to amend.
Well, you can amend, but you wouldn't be able to take away, for example, the Mrs. Bignola's amendment that we accepted of having Ms. O'Gorman here. If, for example, we did pass it though, and, the ministers were only available for 1 hour, and then perhaps one of them said, well, I can only do 1 hour on a separate day, and that just kind of happenstance happens to be what we've normally done for the subs, such as life. If you get what I'm saying. But no, if we pass this amendment, then it is as with the CBSA. We cannot change that, nor with the items that Mr. Genuis has changed. You could propose something else, such as adding another department or adding more time to the meeting, but not to change what we've agreed upon. I see Mrs. Vignola hands up. Go ahead, Mrs. Vignola.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Chair, I'm asking a question out of naivety, maybe. Will it be appropriate for the amendment and the main motion be withdrawn in a friendly way by those who tabled it, so that we proceed with the adjustment as usual? Is this an option? Is this a possible consensus? Or are our hands tied?
For example, if Mr. Souza wishes to withdraw this motion entirely and leave it to the chair to book 1 hour with one minister and a second hour with the second minister with their officials for the subs, as we've done in the past, we could do it on UC. I see no one else for a speaking list, so why don't we tend to the vote for Mr. Genuis's amendment.
The vote is on the amendment by Mr. Genuis to remove the main estimates 2024-2025 and their respective departmental plans. Ms. Sidhu.
No.
Mr. Baines.
No.
Mr. Jahauri.
Against.
Mr. May.
Against.
Mr. Souza.
No.
Ms. Block.
Yay.
Mr. Genuis.
Yes.
Mr. Brock.
Yes.
Madame Vignola.
Oui.
Mr. Backrack.
Yes.
It's 5-5, sir. And I vote yes as well.
Carried.
So,
This motion as amended.
yeah, we're now back to Mr. Souza's motion as amended, with Mr. Genuis's amendment and Madame Vignola's amendment having been accepted. Mr. Souza?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to, I don't know if I can amend my own amendment now, my own motion, to reduce it now to 60 minutes.
No.
My colleagues, I refer to
Okay,
the
are you
Vice
giving
Chair.
up the floor to someone else?
I give up the floor to the Vice Chair.
Mr. Jahauri?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move an amendment to that motion that will limit the appearance of the ministers to 1 hour only.
Are you suggesting 1 hour side by side or 1 hour then 1 hour?
At this point, looks like it's going to be 1 hour and 1 hour. Because the 1 hour side by side, we had offered 1.5 hours side by side, but it was not accepted. If I'm honest, not following properly.
Mr. May, you're going to speak on Mr. Jahauri's amendment, which is simply to change it from 95 minutes to 60 minutes.
I actually have a point of order, Mr. Chair, and I didn't want to interrupt my colleague.
Free to.
Go ahead. You had suggested that my colleague Mr. Souza could not amend his own amendment, but it was not amend his own motion, but his motion was amended. So I just want to get clarity from the clerk that Mr. Souza has the privilege to move an amendment at this point. I stand to be corrected on that, and I just would very much like to know if that's the case.
Yeah, I can pass it over to the clerk, or I can just tell you that that is the case, because it's in his.
So even though his motion was,
it's in his name, is the issue.
I understand, but his motion was amended a couple times.
Yeah, it's still his motion, though.
Or excuse me, his motion was amended a couple of times, and he does not have the right to then move an amendment on that motion. Is that correct?
Well, you won't listen to me, so I'll hand it over to clerk to tell you the same thing.
That is my understanding, sir. If you'd like me to double check that, I can on your behalf. At this point, we do have an amendment put forward by Mr. Jahari, but certainly to clear the record, I don't mind going back and checking that for you, sir, if you like.
I would appreciate that. Thank you.
That's somewhat beside the point, because we do have Mr. Jahari actually put through the amendment that I assume Mr. Souza did. Is anyone else on the speaking list on Mr. Jahari's amendment to change it to 1 hour, with the assumption being not side by side, but 1 hour than 1 hour? Perfect. We can move to a vote on that, on Mr. Jahari's amendment. Perfect. We'll do a recorded vote.
The vote is on the amendment put forward by Mr. Jahari. Ms. Sidhu?
Yes.
Mr. Baines?
Yes.
Mr. Jahari?
Yes.
Mr. May?
Yes.
Mr. Souza?
Yes.
Ms. Block?
No.
Mr. Genuis?
No.
Mr. Brock?
No.
Madame Vignola?
Vive les compromis. Oui.
Mr. Backrack?
Yes.
7-3, sir. Adopted.
So that's adopted 7-3. Can we now vote on the amended original motion from Mr. Souza? Okay, we'll go to recorded vote. I'll give you a 30-second warning, Mr. Anthony. We will get back to you very shortly if you want to come back online. Go ahead, sir.
The question is on the main motion put forward by Mr. Souza, now amended. Ms. Sidhu?
Yes.
Mr. Baines?
Yes.
Mr. Jahari?
Yes.
Mr. May?
Yes.
Mr. Souza? Thumbs up for Mr. Souza. Ms. Block?
Yes, sorry, it's off. Yes.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Block?
No.
Mr. Genuis?
No.
Mr. Brock?
No.
Madame Vignola?
Right.
Mr. Backrack?
No.
6-4. Yes.
Okay, 6-4. So it is carried. Leave it with me and the clerk, and I think Mr. Jahari as vice chair to figure out who will be at what time, if that's fine with everyone. Thanks very much. Mr. Anthony, I apologize for the delay. Thank you. We are now back to Mr. Berthold for 5 minutes. Mr. Berthold, go ahead, sir.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Chair, is my sound okay? Mr. Anthony, you and your partner, Mr. Firth, found a perfect recipe to enrich yourself on the back of Canadians without employees and all that, without the laxism of the Liberal government asking for accountability. Mr. Chair, could the MP please repeat? The interpreter missed the last part of the question.
Your question, Mr. Berthold?
All the question.
Please, just start from the beginning. I'll reset your time.
OK, merci. Monsieur Anthony, vous...
Mr. Anthony, you and your partner, Mr. Firth, seems to have found the perfect recipe to enrich yourself on the backs of Canadians without technical knowledge, without employees, without Mr. Trudeau's, and with the laxism of the Liberal government opening you the doors. Is there anyone from the Liberal government who questioned your business model since 2015?
No.
C'est pas vraiment surprenant.
It's not very surprising. According to the figures we have, Mr. Anthony, even the Auditor General cannot confirm the figures because of the lack of details on the invoices. The fact that Mr. Firth is calling everyone talking about these liars. Your numbered company and yourself could have earned millions of dollars since 2015 in contracts. Is that correct?
I'm not sure what you're referencing.
Combien d'argent avez-vous?
How much money did you earn from federal contracts since 2015, you and your numbered company?
I don't have that information with me right now.
Monsieur Anthony.
Mr. Anthony, an ordinary Canadian having millions of dollars entering into the account can't see whether it's 4 million, 5 million, 500,000. It seems to be pennies for you, but for many people lining up on the food banks is a lot of money. So the figures we are giving you between 4 and 5 million, is that the profit that you personally earned from the contracts?
Again, I don't have those numbers in front of me.
Vous pouvez pas dire.
You cannot say, Mr. Anthony, you cannot tell us whether you earned more than $4 million from federal contracts since 2015. You can't tell us that.
No.
Plus de 5 millions?
More than 5 million?
I don't have those numbers in front of me.
Plus de 6 millions?
6 million?
I don't have those numbers in front of me.
Plus de 7 millions, Monsieur Anthony?
More than 7 million?
I don't have those numbers in front of me.
Plus de 8 millions, Monsieur Anthony?
More than 8 million, Mr. Anthony?
I don't have any numbers in front of me.
Donc, vous pouvez même pas nous dire.
Even tell us how many $1 million you earned from Canadian tax payers since you set up your company. Mr. Anthony, you were very greedy. I believe your business model has shown this to us very clearly. You came up with a formula and you decided you made a lot of money and you claim not to have read the Aegis report. You should be ashamed, Mr. Anthony.
Avez-vous honte, monsieur?
Are you ashamed that you are not able to tell Canadians how much you earned from Canadian taxpayers using your business model that involves making a lot of money without any technical knowledge?
No.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Chair. Nothing else for this witness.
Thank you, Mr. Berthold. Next, I have some from the Liberals, but I don't have the speaking order. Sorry, who's up next with the? Oh, Mr. Baines, do you have a point of order, sir?
It's my turn, I believe.
Oh, you're going to go? Perfect. Thanks very much. Go ahead, Mr. Baines.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to try to add some clarity to what I feel like we've learned over the last little while here. So we learned. I asked Mr. Firth yesterday about whether this process of how the industry operates and how contracts are procured, and you talked about being in working in 2005. He indicated that his earliest work with government was 2007, and he said that the process has not changed since then, to which I was surprised. And to Mr. Berthold's question about if anybody asked, Did anybody ask, do you feel the same way, that the process has not changed since your time, 2005 to now?
The process, I believe, has been in place since 2003.
So 2003, even before you got there. So you're ultimately playing within the rules that have been set, and they have not changed since 2003.
They would have changed a small bit with the number of vendors in certain, let's say, a tier 1 RFP. At one point, there used to be 5 vendors invited. Now it's a minimum of 15. So
yeah, that could simply be because of the scope of the work has increased, etc., and there's more work required at this time, right? Is that safe to say?
Yes, it could be for a number of reasons.
Okay, so, and you're being the security officer. I'm just going to go through the steps. There's security requirements checklist, and then there's document safeguarding. Then there's facility security, and all of those steps are then signed off by whom?
Well, if you have those requirements,
once you've submitted them, who signs those off?
PSPC.
So public official, somebody in the bureaucracy.
Yes.
How many people sign those off?
I think there's a team of people there. I have numerous.
Is it supposed
names.
to be 4, or do you know the rules around that? Is it supposed to be 4?
I have no idea.
So okay. So let's just say somebody signs those, what you've submitted, wherever, over the portal. Yep. Somebody has to sign those off, and it's public officials. Do you get a response from somebody?
I do.
Who is that?
It would be, I don't have the name in front of me. I'm happy to go through my emails and send you.
Yeah, if you could please submit who signs those, which public officials sign off what you submit. I'm just going to go into, ultimately what I've sort of seen is like there's a lot of relationships here. You know the folks at Coradix, you know the folks at Dalian, you know others, and you're a recruiter. You said you're a recruiter. Everyone out there seems to be sort of sharing. There's subcontractors who probably work across other companies. Is that true?
Yes, that's true. Subcontractors are free to work with whomever they want.
Okay, so now you got public officials signing off. There's a whole industry of people like yourself, and you have all these subcontractors who probably over time become known, and everybody knows who's who, and this sort of brings me back to everybody working. Everybody knows the system. It's been the same since 2003, has not changed. So in a way, would it be accurate to say everybody's colluding together to do this, and whether it's what the price limits are and all of those things, does everybody sort of have the same pricing, and there's so much work, to go around that doesn't matter? Everybody can pick and choose whoever's not working on something. Hey, why don't you go here? Is everybody talking to one another?
That's our time, Mr. Bates.
Yes or
If
no?
you're able to offer a quick answer.
No.
Okay. Thanks very much. Mrs. Vignola, please, for 2.5.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me come back to the procedural aspect. The work of GC Strategies on ArriveCan, was it supervised, verified, and approved by the competent authorities? And I'm talking about the border services.
I don't have that information.
You
personally, be it the border services as part of the ArriveCan contract, who supervised you from the CBSA? Who asked you questions?
I have no information on that.
Donc, vous ne savez pas.
So you do not know whether anyone asked you questions about your work on ArriveCan? Very well.
OK, merci. Donc, personne.
So no one questioned you. Yes, I'm asking questions to try to understand how GC strategies work, how numbered companies function, the numbered companies that you own. But I'm trying to understand as well how we lose control of management of public funds and taxes of Canadians. And where do those taxes go? The money that was received from GC Strategies, did some of it go to subcontractors, and did some of it go into your pockets? Well, the one that you pocketed, is it still in Canada?
I'm not sure what you're referring to with which one have you pocketed.
Les profits.
I'm talking about the profits that you earned. Are they still in Canada, or were they sent elsewhere to some foreign companies or foreign trust? Is that money still in Canada?
Everything is still in Canada.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bachrach for 2.5, please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Anthony, how did you respond to the news that the government had banned your company from all government contracts?
I was very upset.
And what steps did you take after receiving that news?
We've taken no steps so far.
Did you meet with your business partner to discuss the suspension of government contracts?
I made him aware that we were no longer able to do business with the federal government.
So this news was communicated to you, and then you communicated it to Mr. Firth?
Yes, I received the email.
And that was prior to having your security status suspended?
Yes, the notification came in on February the 14th, and I believe our security was suspended on March the 1st.
And after having your contract suspended, did you meet with Mr. Firth to determine the best course of action for your company?
We had discussed what our steps would be going forward, but we didn't really get into detail as we have been focusing on these committed meetings.
And did you communicate with the government after learning that that your contracts had been suspended?
I communicated with the departments that had reached out to me to send us documents to sign off on contracts that were existing, to let our resources know they were no longer able to work.
And what was the substance of those conversations with the departments that you communicated with?
They would just say they would sign a amendment to a contract that the contract was on hold or terminated.
And did you or Mr. Firth appeal in any way this decision by the government to suspend all your contracts? Both you and Mr. Firth have asserted to the committee that you've done nothing wrong, and all of a sudden the government takes away all your business. Did you appeal that decision?
Not yet.
Do you intend to? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, go ahead and answer, Mr. Anthony.
Maybe.
Thanks. Mr. Sousa now, please, for 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Anthony, did you know, or have you ever met Mr. McDonald or Mr. Otano?
No, I have not.
You've never spoken to them?
Nope.
They never participated in any meetings? That's the case, okay. And do you know the principals of Bottler AI? Did you ever meet with them?
No, I've never met with them. The only interaction I've had with Bottler has been security.
So what did you do in regards to providing clearance of security, or what did you do in that case with those two individuals?
And those two individuals reached out to me asking how to get security cleared with the federal government. I gave them the instructions around they needed to get fingerprinting. I found a place in Montreal, that's where they were residing at the time, that does federal fingerprinting. Got them through that process. They sent me back their documents with the DCN numbers on it. They sent me their date of births and their citizenships. I submitted that through the OLIS portal, and they were able to get security cleared.
So you facilitated their engagement. Now, they didn't have a contract. Is that correct? Like, why did they need security clearance? What exactly was taking place?
I have no knowledge of that.
So who instructed you to provide the requirements for fingerprinting and security engagement? Like, how did that come to be?
I believe they reached out to me to say they needed the security clearance.
So the two principals reached out to you. So this would have been Mr. Amir Mawarf and Rakita Dutt?
Yes.
So they reached out to you.
I believe so, yes.
And their request was, hey, we need clearance in order to engage with the federal government.
Yes.
Without a contract. Now,
without a contract, at that time you were able to do that.
You were able
to start the process. You can, if you're submitting a bid on an RFP that you're not awarded, there could be a number or an identifier associated with that. But prior to a few years ago, you would be able to submit a name for security clearance and say that they were just a consultant and they would be able to get a clearance.
And Mr. Firth had been in contact with them as well, concurrent with you, with their engagement?
I don't have any knowledge of his contact with Bottler.
Okay, so Bottler is the one that contacted you to get matters for their security, and no contract was evident. They were going through a preliminary study, pilot, whatever it was called, and that's why they needed this clearance, which you facilitated them to get.
Yeah, I would assume so.
And you being an owner of GC Strategies, a major owner, half 50% owner, didn't have a contract with the government regarding their engagement either. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So GC Strategy doesn't have a contract, Bottler doesn't have a contract, so you're facilitating security clearance for them to potentially get a contract.
Yes.
And there was no RFP. There was no request for contracts because there was nothing being proposed at that point?
There was no RFP, no.
Are you aware there are accusations against GC Strategies and how they operated relative to their conduct?
I have no knowledge of that.
They've disputed that GC Strategies misrepresented them in regards to their resumes or their qualifications when they dealt with, I believe, Dalian, who ultimately got the contract. Are you aware of that?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Are you aware of Dalian's engagement in subcontracting? Well, I guess, did Dalian subcontract GC Strategies?
I have no knowledge of that.
Did Dalian provide funds to GC Strategies?
I have no knowledge of that.
Do you know if Bottler got paid for their services through GC Strategies or through Dalian?
I have no knowledge of that.
Thank you, Mr. Souza. Colleagues, I apologize. I skipped over the conservative round, so we will go to. I was so anxious to hear from Mr. Souza.
You caught me off guard too.
Yeah, sorry. So we're going to go to Mr. Brock, and then we'll go to Mr. Genuis and Mr. Shawari to finish, and then the Bloc NDP. Go ahead, Mr. Brock.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Anthony, do you currently have, or have you had in the past, any relatives working with the Government of Canada?
No.
All right. You'd agree with me, sir. I'm going to ask you a number of rapid-fire questions. You'd agree with me, sir, that Christian Firth really is the sole public face of Government of Canada strategies?
No.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Sousa.
I don't believe it's called Government of Canada GC Strategies.
Order.
I think that's the name of the company.
Yeah,
We've already resolved
yeah, it's
that.
not a point of order, Mr. Sousa, but thanks. Mr. Brock, continue, sir.
Are you a public face?
I might be now.
You probably are. Yeah, that's a good observation. But you'd agree with me that Mr. Firth was front and center during the rollout of the Arrive Scam app over the last several years. It wasn't you, it was Mr. Firth, correct?
He was the face for Arrive
Yes,
Can, yes.
yes. He was the one that held all the relationships with the bureaucrats and government officials such as deputy ministers and ministers, not you, correct?
I don't have any knowledge of that.
He was the one that was whining and dining potential contractors with government officials. That wasn't you, correct?
That wasn't me.
No. Literally everything to do with the Arrive Can scam was flowed directly through Christian Firth. It had no DNA of you on it. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I was not involved.
Right. So we heard yesterday from Christian Firth that not only yesterday, but in previous testimony, that he's quite proud of the Arrive Can scam. Are you equally proud?
Yes, I'm proud of the work that we were able to deliver.
Are you proud of the end result?
Which end result are you referring to?
The end result that resulted in extremely long delays at the borders, chaos and confusion at airports, the faulty, glitchy part of the app that resulted in the illegal detention of 10,000 Canadians. Are you proud of those facts, Mr. Anthony? Yes or no?
I have no knowledge of that.
Come on, Mr. Anthony. You read papers, you watch the news. Were you living under a rock for the last 3 years? Did you not experience the frustrations that millions of Canadians had at airports, border crossings? You want this committee to believe this lie that you have no knowledge of those basic facts? Come on. No one believes you. I certainly don't believe you. Do you think Canadians got value for their money for the Arrive Can scam?
We were asked to do a job for a price, and we did it.
A price that was originally estimated at $80,000 that was multiplied 750 times to around $60 million. Is that, sir, value for the money?
I have no knowledge of that.
Of course you don't. You were completely unable to answer relevant questions from numerous members of this committee. Will you ultimately answer questions that are put to you by the RCMP?
If the RCMP reaches out, I will cooperate with them.
Thank you. Those are my questions, Chair.
Thank you. We now go to back to regular order. Mr. Genuis, please, for 5, and then Mr. Jouari, and then Mrs. Vignola and Mr. Backrack. Go ahead, Mr. Genuis.
Thank you, Chair, Mr. Anthony. Bottler executives have testified that Christian Firth, your partner, bragged about having dirt on his friends who were senior government contracting officials. Has Mr. Firth ever told you that he has dirt on anyone?
No.
Does Mr. Firth have any dirt on you?
No.
And you're nonetheless prepared to continue to defend him in spite of everything you've heard today?
Yes.
Do you intend to read the Auditor General's report after this meeting's over?
No.
Why not?
Because the damage has already been done for me. It does not affect me.
Sir, you began your opening statement by talking about how much it affected you. Anyway, we've been over this ground before. Mr. Anthony, one of my colleagues had been asking you about meetings with Mr. Firth. Did you discuss your testimony today with Mr. Firth?
No.
Did he participate in any of your preparatory activities?
No.
Okay. You did say, and the record will show that in response to questions from Mr. Bachrach, you said you were, in terms of time spent on responding to the suspension, you said you hadn't discussed it because you were focused on these committee meetings. Did you not say that?
I did say that.
Okay, so you just admitted to me that in your discussions with Mr. Firth, you were focused on these committee meetings. At the same time, 30 seconds previously.
No, that's not what I meant when I said that.
Well, what did you mean?
I had no discussions with Mr. Firth about this committee meeting. When Mr.
But you were nonetheless focused on the committee meetings and your discussions with him.
No, I did not say that.
All right, sir. I think the record will show that you said many things that you didn't say, and I hope you do actually read the Auditor General's report, which you no doubt have already read. Mr. Chair, in light of the previous discussions about security and privacy issues raised by Mr. Anthony's testimony, I'd now like to move a motion. The motion is that the committee report to the House that in light of the evidence of Darren Anthony, Chief Security Officer for GC Strategies, that he did not vet or review ArriveCAN subcontracts awarded by GC Strategies, and given that the Auditor General found, quote, some resources that were involved in the security assessments were not identified in the task authorizations and did not have security clearance as submitted by GC Strategies, and that the Canadian Border Services Agency, quote, was unable to provide any supporting documentation to confirm that work related to the security assessments were performed by 4 of the 5 resources listed, end quote. The committee called upon the Privacy Commissioner to conduct an investigation of the ArriveCAN app, including the work of all contractors and subcontractors, and determine whether the privacy and personal information of Canadians was adequately protected, and with a view to presenting a special report to Parliament. That motion has been sent, I believe has been distributed. And I think it's fairly self-explanatory, Chair. The testimony today.
Let me just interrupt you quickly. It has been sent to everyone in both languages, to the P9s. Go ahead, Mr. Janos. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's clear from the testimony today that the person responsible for security at GC Strategies was not attending to and is not able to answer questions about key measures that should have been in place to protect the privacy and security of Canadians. Therefore, I believe this motion will and should receive the quick support of this committee, and we can ask the Privacy Commissioner to undertake this important work. There have been a number of different investigations in relation to the ArriveCAN app, of course, but this is a unique element. The implications for the privacy and security of Canadians' data. So many Canadians put their personal data into this app expecting that it would be protected, and I think we now need to ask the Privacy Commissioner to investigate the serious problems that we've heard about today.
Thank you. I assume everyone has received it. Mr. Sousa and then Mr. Shawari.
Mr. Chair, I ask for suspension for 10 minutes to go to review this, please.
Shawari, was that the same issue for yourself, or did you wish to speak on this?
So are you, Mr. Chair, are you talking to me?
Yeah, your hand is up. Did you, were you on the same issue to ask for a short suspension?
Yeah, ask for 10 minutes suspension.
Okay, why don't we do 5 minutes? We'll come back and at 2:45. We're suspended for 5. Colleagues, if you can come back in, please. We are returning, please. Thank you. Are we ready to move ahead on this, Mr. Jouari?
Mr. Chair, in the interest of time and the fact that we've now asked the witness to wait a couple of times, can we proceed with the next round of question, i.e., the Liberals, the Bloc, as well as NDP, and then dismiss Mr. Anthony, and then go back to this motion? Because otherwise, we're going to run out of time, and we're going to lose our support translation.
Well, you can put forward to adjourn debate on the motion. Otherwise,
Chair, just a point of order. What's the timeline in terms of resources?
To about 3 o'clock, then we lose our interpreters, and then so we may end up losing Mr. Anthony at 3 o'clock, although that's certainly not our intention.
Are we able to resume with further interpretation, or
will require one moment. Yeah, probably about a 10-15 minute break.
Okay, so we could resume. My suggestion, the simplest thing is just we adopt this motion quickly, and then we can get back to the testimony. That'd be what I suggest.
Okay. Mr. Jouari?
Mr. Chair, we are not ready to adopt this motion. The logic of asking for an investigation is based on Mr. Anthony not reading an AG report, et cetera, which it's
sorry,
fair,
Mr.
it's fair
Mr.
for
Jouari,
us to be able to.
I'm sorry, let me interrupt. I see where this is going. I'm going to suggest, if it's fine with everyone, that we release Mr. Anthony. He's been with us hour past. We're expected, and we're going to lose interpreters, etc. Anyway, so if everyone's fine, I'm going to release Mr. Anthony.
Yes.
We're good.
I have a round of questions for Mr. Anthony still, sir.
Okay, well, continue then, and we'll see where we sit in 10 minutes. Go ahead, Mr. Jouari, with on Mr. Generous's motion.
Yes, I think for us it leaves room for interpretation, and then we just want to take the time to be able to look at the underlying reason and what the implication of that is. Therefore, we can either suspend this motion and go and finish the testimony from Mr. Anthony and come back to it, or we can come back to that motion on Monday. Thank you.
Thanks. Actually, I'm finding it's going to be a 30-minute wait for the pause for the bring in the new interpreter team. Mr. Sousa, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, we do. I think we will have some amendments to the motion, and I agree. Let's allow the ongoing questions with the witness, and then return to this later today or on Monday.
It has to be dilatory. Or as a committee, you can agree unanimously.
Yeah, thanks. And I understand what you're saying, but we do require either a dilatory motion such as move to the next order of business, to adjourn the debate on this motion, or a UC to do so.
Yeah, so I move a motion to adjourn debate.
Thanks. We will go to a vote on that, sir.
The question is to adjourn debate on the motion in the name of Mr. Genuis. Ms. Sidhu?
Yes.
Mr. Baines?
Yes.
Mr. Jouari?
Yes.
Mr. Ali?
In favor.
Mr. Sousa?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Nay.
Mr. Genuis?
No.
Mr. Brock?
No.
Madame Vignola? Mr. Backrack?
No.
It's 5-5. So it's up to you, sir.
No. We'll continue with the debate. I see no one on the speaking list. Can we move to a vote then? No, Mr. Sousa?
Yeah, I don't know if that's appropriate or if it's allowed that we can actually call upon or demand the Privacy Commissioner to actually do the investigation or conduct the investigation. I believe they're independent. I mean, we certainly would have to request of them to do so. And I would like the opportunity to, that's why I was asking for an adjournment debate, because we do want to amend the motion in order to make it more palatable and equitable in terms of how we proceed forward on this issue. So I'm just waiting for that amendment to come my way in regards to supporting the motion with a proper wording. That's how we proceed, because I don't believe you can actually call upon them or force them to do something to this effect.
Anyone else on the speaking list? Mr. Sousa, if you're going to speak,
yeah.
But
yeah, let me, if I may, move a ration to change the amendment. Here's an amendment if I can, and can I just read it forward?
Yeah, do you have it in writing as well to share, or it's just written?
I'll get the team to proceed to do so, but I'll read it forward.
Go ahead.
This again, it's. I'm just trying to respect the commissioner's ability, right, to judge the merits of the issues independently outside of us, and We don't want to make this an order per se, only recognizing the independence and the arm's length nature of which they pursue. So I would like to add an amendment to say, and that pursuant to Standing Order 109, the government table a comprehensive response in regards to this, and that we request the Privacy Commission to conduct the investigation. I'll get it out to you in writing.
Go ahead, Mr. Genuis, but just to
they're sending it to you now.
Yeah, on the amendment,
it
sounds like you're changing it to requests instead of calls on, and you're adding a response from the government, but otherwise staying the same. If I understand that correct, Mr. Genuis, go ahead on the amendment.
Okay, so just briefly, the government response piece is obviously ridiculous. I don't think it even needs to be dignified with a response. The changing calls upon to requests seems like a distinction without a difference. So if it helps us move along, I would maybe see if there's unanimous consent of the committee to adopt the one part, but not the other part of Mr. Souza's motion, and adopt the motion.
Do we have UC for that? Mr. Souza? Oh, I see someone, I see NDP, yes. I see Mr. Jari shaking his head.
Sorry, I was on mute. Yeah, no, so I put forward amendments to the motion as I read them, and that's where we stand at this point.
Okay, Mr. Generous?
Okay, I'll just move a sub amendment to take out the reference to a government response. We're asking the Privacy Commissioner to do something like asking for a government response when we've asked the Privacy Commissioner to do something doesn't make any sense. We're asking for the feedback of the Privacy Commissioner. So again, I don't think it needs much comment. That's the sub.
Okay, seeing no one on the speaking list, we can move to a vote on that. Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Chair, can you read what we're actually voting on, please?
Mr. Barrett's taking over as clerk, but yes.
So the question would be on the motion to be amended to replace the words calls upon with request, but to remove the proposed comprehensive response from the government pursuant to 109 be requested. So the sub-amendment would retain the change from calls upon to request, but would remove from the proposed amendment the text concerning requesting a government response. So the question is on the sub-amendment put forward by Mr. Genuis. Ms. Sidhu?
Vote yes to Charles Souza, but no to amendment, but yes.
This is on the sub-amendment. Thank you. So yes.
The question is on the sub-amendment. The answer is yes. Mr. Baines?
Sorry, I need to clarify.
Yeah.
That the sub-amendment, this is Mr. Genuis's sub-amendment,
This
correct?
is a vote on the sub-amendment.
No.
So, Mr. Chair, no to the Mr. Garner's amendment.
She would need UC.
You voted yes to this. Sorry, let me. You voted yes to the sub-amendment. It would the rules require a UC to change your vote. Do we have UC for Ms. Sidhu to change your vote?
No.
I say no. Yes. Or I don't say no. Sorry, I see a no. Continuing with the vote, sir.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. There's some.
No, there's no. I'm sorry, Mr. Souza. We're in a vote. There's no. The clerk defined it. I defined it. It's on Mr. Genuis's sub-amendment. And I apologize if people aren't following along, but we're in the middle of the vote, and we're going to continue with the vote. Sorry.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I said no to Mr. Garner's amendment, sub-amendment, and yes to Mr. Souza's amendment. If you can just listen to back again, that's what I said.
Want to address that?
Want to call him to Toronto?
No, the clerk and myself, and the clerk reiterated on the sub-amendment, and you said yes. And it requires, we're in the middle of a vote and requires a UC to change that.
Yeah. Yes, Mr. Chair. If you see, I want to do the clarification too. I said yes to Mr. Souza's motion and no to Garner's motion. That's why I said with that.
And we asked and we specified on the sub-amendment, and you stated yes.
I was thinking Mr. Souza's amendment. That's what I said yes.
And we clarified on the sub-amendment, which was Mr. Genuis's, and you stated yes. We're going to continue with the vote.
Mr. Baines.
No.
Mr. Jahari.
No.
Mr. Ali.
No.
Mr. Souza.
I vote no, as did Sonia.
Mr. Barrett.
Yay, as did Michael.
Mr. Genuis.
Yes.
Mr. Brock.
Yes, as did my colleagues Michael and Garnet.
Madame Vignola.
Oui.
Mr. Backrack.
Yes.
6 yeas, 4 nays.
And the end result wouldn't have changed anyways. It would have been a pass. So we're now on, back to the amended.
To the amendment by Mr. Souza.
Yeah, we're on the amendment of Mr. Souza now, which has been amended. Hold on just 2 seconds. And I'm sorry, we do have to suspend for our interpreters as they are leaving right now. We have a new team coming in a bit, so I'm going to suspend, but I am going to release Mr. Anthony. Thank you for joining us today, sir. Appreciate your patience and sticking around. I understand you have somewhere else to be right away, so we will release you, and thanks very much. We are suspended. I'll update everyone in about 5 or 10 minutes on where we're at with our interpreters. for our interpreters, but I want to thank our current ones for agreeing to continue to stay. So thank you very much for that. Colleagues, before we continue, I am going to seek UC, unanimous consent, and I think I generally have it to reflect Ms. Sidhu's vote as a no, and the chair voting yes for the amendment. So it will be 5 noes and 6 yeses if everyone's in agreement for that to fix that. It's the same outcome, but it does reflect, I think, the intent for everyone. So thank you very much. I appreciate that. We're now on the motion, and we're debating changing calls upon to request. Are we ready to move on that, or does anyone wish to speak on that part of the amendment from Mr. Sousa? Can we agree, UC, on that then? Yes. Perfect. And then on to the motion itself as amendment, or as amended. Are we, I see thumbs up, are we, I just want to be very clear, we're in agreement on that? Yes. Wonderful. So pass. Thank you sincerely for the UC to address the vote thing. That shows Ms. Sidhu showing no in the change of the vote. Thank you for passing that. We are, unless there's anything else, we are adjourned. Our next meeting will be Monday with our good friend Mr. Giroux from the Parliamentary Budget Office. If there's nothing else, thank you everyone for staying late. Thank you, of course, to our clerk, our analysts, and most importantly today, our interpreters for sticking around and allow us to finish off. Thank you very much, everyone. We are adjourned.